Good morning. Try that again. Good morning. There you go. I know it's early, but hopefully for those of you who came, got their Starbucks before they came in, and they're wide awake. I'd ask first that you silence your phones, please, so we don't have any disruption during the program. I want to thank all of you for attending. We are streaming this both on the ABA's network as well as CTN, so there are lots of people watching. If you have questions, sure, sorry. I apologize. Is this better? Thank you. I wanted to thank all of you for attending. We are streaming this live on the ABA network and CTN, and pleased to have all those people participating remotely. It's my pleasure to introduce first Mary Smith. Mary is the current president of the American Bar Association. We are incredibly fortunate to have her here. Is your term over?
Yes.
Yeah. Is the immediate past president of the American Bar Association, like just 2 months ago. So I'm still halfway correct. We are incredibly fortunate to have her here. She did amazing work as president, and you're going to hear a little bit about the task force she created in just a minute. So thank you very much. Mary.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Can you guys hear me, everybody in the back? I know I got my Starbucks, but I noticed that Hartford seems to be a Dunkin' town. Like I noticed, but it's great to be here. I am so thrilled with this program. This should be an amazing program today. Thank you so much for all of you for being here. I want to thank so much the entire Connecticut Host Committee and the Connecticut Bar Association. President Sharon, thank you so much. Past President Monty, programming Thomas Gunning, and the entire staff. We're so grateful to all of you for hosting this program and planning what will be an important and an impactful program. I also want to thank we have so many people who work on the ABA Task Force for American Democracy, and I'm so thankful to Elizabeth Yang, who's here. Also, you'll be hearing from her later. We're on a panel, but the Vice Chair of the Advisory Committee to the Task Force, Lauren Rickling, thank you. And also want to thank past Connecticut Bar President Amy Lynn Meyerson, who's been a tremendous partner during my term as president, so thank you so much. Well, I am so excited to be here today for the Connecticut Listening Tour. We previously were in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And what has been key for all of these listening tours has been the local legal community coming together and taking the lead to help ensure that they have free and fair elections in their states. I wanted to give you a little background on the ABA Task Force for American Democracy. As I was preparing for my term for president, I was thinking about what issue should be the focus of my year as president. I kept coming back to, I think, the single most important issue facing our country today, and that's threats to democracy. And the facts, they're sobering. 1 in 6 U.S. adults cannot name any of the branches of the U.S. government. Less than 1/3 of millennials, this is the one that kind of really chills me, consider it essential to live in a democracy. And approximately 38% of Americans support authoritarianism as it responds to the direction of democracy in the United States. And nearly 1/4 of Americans are prepared to resort to violence if their desired candidate does not win. As these statistics indicate, we're living in a time where the lack of basic civics knowledge, let alone how a democratic form of government differs from an autocracy, has weakened our democracy. threaten the rule of law, and put the possibility, more than the possibility, because we've seen in July, the horrendous assassination attempt of politically motivated violence on our radar screens. Earlier this year, the ABA launched its 6th annual survey of civic literacy, and one statistic is particularly noteworthy. An eye-opening 74% of U.S. residents say America's system of democracy is weaker than it was 5 years ago, and that the main cause for the downward spiral is the spread of misinformation and disinformation. And I know we're going to talk about that later today. Now, what did the survey show about who is responsible for safeguarding democracy? And so when you listen to the results, you'll determine whether you're an optimist or a pessimist. A quarter believed it's the judiciary's responsibility. Only 1 in 5, about 21%, said it's the duty of public officials. So you could get depressed about that, like our public officials are not responsible for democracy. But then the biggest group of people, 37%, and I think this is the right answer, so I choose to be an optimist, is that the public, all of us, are responsible for safeguarding our democracy, and I think that's the right answer. So in response to all of this, the ABA Task Force for American Democracy was created. And I could not have picked 2 better co-chairs, one of whom you'll see today. Both Secretary Johnson and Judge Ludig, from the moment they were asked, they did not hesitate. And you'll probably hear Secretary Johnson today say he thinks it's one of the highest honors of his life, and he has had some amazing positions during his illustrious career. So our Constitution's existence for nearly 250 years makes it the longest serving written national constitution in the world. It has produced unparalleled prosperity and stability for Americans over many generations, and indeed for the world. American democracy, as enshrined in our Constitution, ensures our individual rights, including freedom of speech, religion, and assembly, our equality under the law, and a government that is accountable to its citizens. These bedrock principles and the openness of American society and our economy have enabled the U.S. to lead the world in innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and civil liberties. Our Constitution and its institutions are what uphold the rule of law, ensure that our laws applied equally to all citizens, and government actions are subject to judicial review, leading to accountability, transparency, and predictability in governance. Our democratic system of governance allows all citizens to participate in the political process through voting, activism, and advocacy. Our elections are conducted with a high degree of fairness and transparency. Independent electoral commissions oversee the process, and if legitimate concerns are raised, elections are subject to judicial review, ensuring that voting is conducted freely and fairly, and that the results are accurately counted and reported. It is these fundamental characteristics of our system of government that have led people around the world to look to the United States as a beacon of democratic ideals and as a model for a free and fair society. Today, however, our country and our democracy face a wide variety of serious threats, including that of rising authoritarianism. For the first time in our history, we did not have a peaceful transition of power in our last presidential election. Political violence, both real and threatened, have raised its ugly head. American political discourse has become overly divisive, if not outright hostile, to people of differing views. Our elections and election workers have come under unjustified and unfounded attacks before a single vote has even been cast or counted. Our judges and judicial staff have faced threats of violence for simply doing their jobs. This fracturing of American democracy has led our adversaries to use it to attack democracies around the world and to exploit our challenges to their advantage. The causes behind our current situation are many, including the tactics of misinformation and disinformation, the intentional polarization of American public by both domestic and foreign actors, a disregard for the rule of law, and a lack of basic civics knowledge. It has been furthered by a demonization of the others in our communities and threats and acts of violence against elected officials, members of the judicial branch, and election workers. Too many of us have taken our democracy, our rule of law, and our freedoms for granted, and have not done the hard work required to keep a free and fair democratic process. In fact, that's why I think that statistic with over a third of millennials don't think it's imperative to live in a democratic society. They don't know anything else. They don't know what that means. They don't know what would be taken away. The threats we are facing are real and they are existential. It is well past time for each of us to publicly say what we all know. There is not and cannot be a place for violence or violent rhetoric in American politics. That we Americans have differing views is the strength of our democracy, and our different views should be treasured, not condemned, nor should those with different views than our own be ostracized. The extreme polarization that exists in America today and the vile political rhetoric that is spoken against our fellow citizens is poisoning our society, and left unchecked will eat away at the fabric of our nation. Our election workers and our judges and their staffs deserve praise for their work, not threats. We need to find ways to rebuild our communities by working on ways to disagree better and return to civil and respectful ways to express our disagreements. Our neighbors and fellow citizens of differing political or social views are not our enemy. They are simply fellow Americans with opinions different than ours, a right they are guaranteed by our Constitution and a right that we should celebrate. Over the last 12 months, the task force has joined a wide variety of democracy-oriented NGOs and private citizens in informing the American people of these threats, discussing what can be done, and proposing solutions that will make our union strong again. Our work to date has focused on activating America's lawyers in the nation's hundreds of bar associations, like the Connecticut Bar Association, and encouraging them to play a significant role in rebuilding trust in our elections, educating the public on the rule of law and how democracy and the Constitution underpin what we all value in our everyday lives. Lawyers can and should have a special role to play in responding to the current crisis. There are over 1.3 million lawyers in the United States, in every county and in almost every town. Every lawyer in the United States has had 3 years of legal education. Every lawyer must learn about the Constitution and our judicial system. Lawyers have the unique skills and obligation to defend democracy, our Constitution, and the rule of law as they each take an oath to do just that. I'm sure we all remember when we became lawyers, lifting our hand and swearing to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law. I know I do. I carry that with me every single day. Every American lawyer must play a significant role in rebuilding trust in our elections, educating the public on the rule of law and how democracy and the Constitution underpin what we all value. Just as doctors were on the front lines of the nation's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, lawyers must now answer the clarion call to defend American democracy and the rule of law. In activating America's lawyers and bar associations, we have held, as I mentioned, listening tours in Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, led by those secretaries of states, which you'll see again today, and local election workers to rebuild trust in our elections. We've set up next step committees in each of those states that have recruited local lawyers to give talks on the rule of law and democracy, to serve as poll workers, to dispel disinformation, and to reintroduce civility into the public square. We have published 17 working papers discussing the issues facing our democracy and proposing solutions, and they're all available on the task force website. In addition, we've helped arrange for over 120 law school deans to sign a letter affirming their commitment to train the next generation of lawyers on their duty to support our constitutional democracy and further the public's understanding of the rule of law and our justice system, and how to disagree respectfully and engage across political and ideological divides. We are hosting continuing legal sessions on the need for lawyers to defend democracy and the rule of law, how to help improve our civic dialogue by disagreeing better, and our understanding our elections and election laws. And actually tomorrow, in collaboration with the Knight Foundation, we will host the first of a series of educational sessions on election law for national and local journalists. So that program is tomorrow. This is just a partial list of our efforts to date, with more activities in the works for the month ahead. While we are focused on the immediate challenges before us, I know we're just a little over 60 days before the election, we have also spent time studying and thinking about our problems that cannot be addressed in the short term or in the politically charged next couple months. The issues include improving civics knowledge and understanding among Americans, decreasing political polarization, reducing the amount of misinformation and disinformation around elections, improving the public's trust in our elections, increasing election workers' safety, ensuring that the administration of elections remains nonpartisan, and improving the lawyer's code of professional responsibility to address the role that lawyers played in the challenges to the last presidential election that were found to be groundless. We will continue to work on these issues in the coming months and actually anticipate that a lot of our work will occur after the election. So the importance of today's events has been clear for the past few years. We can all remember the vivid images on the assault on the Capitol on January 6th. But in the last few months, we have seen events taking shape as this election season heats up, with robocalls created with artificial intelligence, discouraging people to vote. Just yesterday, I saw on the news that there were posters up that the Philadelphia football team is supporting one candidate that had to be taken down. That was just yesterday. And other misinformation, and of course, as I mentioned, the horrific assassination attempt earlier this summer. So as I conclude, I'm reminded of what historian Ken Burns told graduates this year. In January 1838, shortly before his 29th birthday, a tall, thin lawyer prone to bouts of debilitating depression addressed the young man's lyceum in Springfield, Illinois. At what point shall we expect the approach of danger? He asked his audience. Shall we expect some transatlantic military giant to step the earth and crush us at a blow? Then he answered his own question. Never. All the armies of Europe, Asia, and Africa cannot by force take a drink from the Ohio River or make a trek on the Blue Ridge. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide. As Ken Burn remarks, it is a stunning, remarkable statement, one that has animated my own understanding of the American experience since I first read it more than 40 years ago. That young man was, of course, Abraham Lincoln, and he would go on to preside over the closest this country has ever come to near national suicide, our Civil War. And yet, embedded in his extraordinary, disturbing, and prescient words is also a fundamental optimism. Because we all believe in our country, the rule of law, and our democracy, and because we all are fundamental optimists, we are all here today. And so today you will hear about the state of democracy, what lawyers can do, and about misinformation and the work of the Task Force for American Democracy. So thank you so much.
I'm not sure how our legislators ever see who it is that they're talking to when they come to make their pleas, and Mary just had to stand here and talk for 20 minutes. We're going to sit down because this is going to be a little bit longer than the last program. To my left is Laura Riekling. She's with the Lawyers Defending American Democracy, and as Mary said, she's also the vice chair of the task force. I would encourage everyone to participate in this program. Please just raise your hand and we'll entertain questions. We'd like this very much to be a interactive program, and I know looking at some of these faces that there are some people who have some thoughts on their minds, so please share them. So Lauren, why don't we start with you? Why don't you tell us a little bit about the Lawyers Defending American Democracy?
Sure. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Connecticut Bar Association for having me here today, and thanks to Mary for her tremendous leadership this year on democracy issues. Lawyers Defending American Democracy was formed formally in early 2019, and it came out of a clarion call from former two-term Massachusetts Attorney General Scott Harshbarger at a law school reunion in which he asked the question in a presentation, where are the lawyers? Where is the voice of the legal profession at this particular time of crisis in our justice system and in the attacks on the rule of law? Out of that came a group that was formed, and Lawyers Defending American Democracy was launched as a national organization. I became its executive director 3 years ago this month. And just really quickly, I want to say a few things about it. We are a nonpartisan, non-political organization that's organized to galvanize the legal profession into doing more. Many of us on the board, I'm on the board as well as executive director, have strong, strong roots in Bar Association life. I'm a former president of the Boston Bar Association. One of our board members. Martha Barnett is a former president of the ABA. We have people who have been active leaders in sections in the ABA and other bars around the country. So our bar roots run deep, and as does our commitment to believing it is the obligation of the profession to use our leverage as lawyers and our skills and our talent to be doing more. So that is the fundamental basis. As Mary had pointed out, we believe these attacks on the rule of law are unprecedented and cannot be dismissed as mere policy disagreements. This is not Republican versus Democratic issues or liberals versus conservatives. It is far, far deeper than that, and that's the critical thing to realize at this point in time. So we do certain things really quickly. I'll just name a few. We work to hold lawyers accountable to the oath they took when they entered the profession and to be accountable to their ethical obligations. In that role, we have filed a number of very carefully researched ethics complaints against lawyers involved in trying to overturn the election in 2020. And we are often joined in that effort by prominent local lawyers, bar leaders, and law professors. One of the things we are very blessed with as a very under-resourced organization is we are very fortunate in the engagement and involvement of lawyers who volunteer their time and effort, who are very senior in their career. Some are even retired, having been former managing partners of global law firms and other major positions. So we may lack financial resources, but we make up for it in an enormous amount of legal talent. We have developed a number of special projects. One that's in the works right now is a project where we send out once or twice a week Project 2025 talking points. Our goal is to take quotes from Project 2025 and put in the quote, and then just a few paragraphs distilling down why that language is a threat to democracy, the rule of law, and the norms and principles of our democratic institutions. We have partnered with other organizations on several projects. One, for example, to develop a model Supreme Court code of conduct. We developed that a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, it was not exactly the one that was adopted by the Supreme Court, but we keep trying and writing about that issue. And one important thing that we have been working on that's ongoing, which we always need volunteer assistance, is we've developed a tracking project looking at the ways in which various states, by virtue of laws that they have been passing over the past several years, and various policies that have been put in place, how those states are creeping into autocratic forms of government. The report is available on the ldad.org website. It's called Marching Towards Autocracy, and it's a very sobering look at the way in which democracy and the rule of law are already being significantly infringed upon. We issue calls to actions, various written opinion pieces, speaking out against the whitewashing of history, asking the Chief Justice to address the growing ethical crisis on the Supreme Court. And the other thing, we've just also launched a student-driven initiative in which we are working with students to develop a pledge across the country at colleges and universities, asking students to pledge to do two things: to work for or volunteer at a pro-democracy organization at some point during their years in college, and then the other is to pledge to vote in federal, state, and local elections. And the goal of this effort is to try to create the next generation of informed citizens. As Mary talked about the alarming data around citizen and citizen education, and we are trying to do what we can to make some inroads in that, and have been working with some remarkable student volunteers who are working on that effort. We have also apropos of what Mary said, we have on our website something called the Democracy Commitment. We created it a couple of years ago, and again, it is exactly related to how Mary identified the special skills and training and talent that lawyers bring to this topic, asking lawyers to commit to do something, to use their influence, use their skills, use their convening authority to bring people together to help respond to these threats we're seeing to the election system, to reject dishonesty, threats, intimidation, and violence that has become increasingly problematic in our public spaces, in our public conversations, and consider rapid response plans in the face of all that we're facing ahead, and possibly after November 5th, engaging business and community and religious leaders. There are so many ways we can get involved, and I know we'll talk more about that. And the last thing I just want to say, we view ourselves as a resource to lawyers and to bar associations. We try to keep our website rich in information and material. And one of the sea changes that we have seen over the past year is the extent to which democracy has become a conversation among bar associations increasingly. And I feel that Lawyers Defending American Democracy was formed at a time when nothing was taking place. And I have to give Mary so much credit, because in the past year, we are now seeing it part of the national conversation in bar associations, certainly in the ABA, and other key areas where lawyers gather. And we think that is a wonderful sea change, and it's so important that bars take advantage of these opportunities to collaborate and do more. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about what we do.
Thank you, and I echo thank you, Mary, for your leadership on this issue. I have a question for both of you, and having listened to your remarks today and read both the task force and materials on your site, Lauren, we interchangeably use the words rule of law and democracy. And my question to both of you is, are they the same? Because both of you use the word democracy in your titles, but then you use the word rule of law in your discussions. And I'm wondering if they are the same, why do we add two different terms? And if they're not, why are we tackling one and not the other?
Well, I'll start. I think they're very related, but they are different. I think part of the reason I quoted all those statistics that millennials and some younger people don't think it's imperative that we live in a democracy is because I guess in some ways the word democracy has become so diffuse and not really defined that people don't understand what that means, and you have to break it down for people. So it means the right to vote. It means the right to speak out against your elected leaders. It means freedom of the speech. It means freedom of religion. I had a interesting little conversation recently. I was in an Uber, and the driver picked up some people from Russia, and this was actually, I'm from Chicago, this was during the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and while they were in Chicago, they heard lots of people saying things about, candidates of both parties, and they said, we would never be able to do that in our country. And I think a lot of people don't realize the freedoms that we do have. And to me, to answer your question, Tim, the rule of law is a way that bolsters and supports our democracy through an independent judiciary, through holding our elected officials accountable, and through our elections, where we as all of us as voters are able to hold people accountable. It's I think of it, actually, you may not realize this, but Law Day was actually, which is May 1st, was created in response to military parades of communist countries in the 1950s, and it was actually started by a previous ABA president working with President Eisenhower, Charles Ryan, president of the ABA at the time, and it's so that we are ruled by law, not ruled by a single person with a vision of how the law should work. So I'll let Lauren kind of answer as well.
Thank you.
I think you said it quite well. we do use them together because when one is threatened, generally the other is threatened. But we are really talking, when we talk about rule of law, this concept that these laws are publicly promulgated and equally enforced. If the World Justice Project has a wonderful extended definition up on its website that's worth taking a look at because it goes into detail. They also have an index by which they measure how countries are doing around the world with respect to various rule of law measures. And they go into great depth on that and look at whether, by measuring these rule of law factors, how are we then overall as democratic institutions? Are we backsliding? Are we moving forward? The data in the World Justice Project, as in other major organizations that measure these things, is not promising for this country and has not been for, close to half a dozen years or so, in terms of how we are scoring on these measures. But I think for the way we look at it is that lawyers in particular ought to be thinking about the rule of law and the justice system. And when the justice system is under attack, when people are trying to undermine the very foundation of the role of lawyers and jurors and judges in that system, they are undermining the opportunity to believe that you can get fair justice, that the rule of law then in fact becomes under attack.
I noted from your website the saying World Justice Project, and I think the statistic was that in the last 7 years, 78% of the 142 countries that were polled are what you said backsliding in terms of the rule of law. Is there a counterpart to either the task force or your organization at the world stage that is addressing this very problematic issue?
You mean in terms of what can be done about it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think, and I'm sure Mary has seen this in her travels this year, I mean, one of the hopeful aspects of all of this is that there are increasingly organizations that are focusing on this. Of course, the World Justice Project, that's a key focus of what they do. But there are more and more organizations that are in the pro-democracy space that have been trying to make inroads on these efforts. The question is it enough and fast enough?
Yeah, and I guess I'll do a little quiz to all of you because Lauren mentioned the World Justice Project's ranking of rule of law index around the world. And I think there's like about 150, there's 142 countries that are ranked. And is anyone willing to guess where the U.S. is on the ranking? What? You're close, very close. They are 26, so that means 25 countries are ahead of us in promoting the rule of law. And I guess what's kind of even more disturbing, in 2015, we were ranked 19. So we've gone down 7 places in the past few years. But yeah, so there are a lot of organizations, I think, working around the world. And in fact, I'll just put in a plug because one of them is actually the American Bar Association. You might not realize, but we actually have a rule of law initiative, or as we ABA people call it, ROLI, and we operate in about 60 countries promoting the rule of law and democracy, helping to set up court systems, and it is very visible. They work on like human trafficking issues and other issues, and it actually grew out. ROLI has totally burgeoned in the past 20 or so years, but it actually started in the Eastern Bloc countries after the fall of the Soviet Union, and it was originally called CELI because it was Eastern European, and now we have expanded to the entire world, and it really is visible because I guess this just shows I'm in Ubers and Lyfts a lot because I was at one of the things you do as ABA president is you visit law schools and talk to law students, and frankly, that's one of my favorite parts. And I was at American University in DC, and I had to catch a Lyft to the airport, and the driver, he looked at me in the rearview mirror and he said, "Oh, are you president of the American Bar Association?" And I'm thinking, what is going on? And he was an LLM student at American University. He wasn't able to come to my talk, but he was earning extra money while he's getting his LLM, and he was from Cameroon. And he remembered that Rowley had a human trafficking project in Cameroon.
Wow.
So, yeah.
You're one, while we're giving praise where praise is due, I was extraordinarily impressed with the wonderful statement that the Connecticut Bar Association issued at the time when the courts were under attack during the trial of the former president this summer, because what that statement did was walk a really difficult line of being nonpartisan, non-political, fiercely protecting, as all bars should, the integrity of the judicial system and the independence of the judicial system, while at the same time making clear what is unacceptable behavior, notwithstanding the First Amendment, how damaging attacks on the courts can be. And I know that's not easy for bars to do, but this was an extraordinarily well done document.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you.
Kudos.
Question?
Yeah, I've been chomping at the bit the whole time. When you bring up that letter, I was so disgusted by that letter. Because it's the silence on the other side. It's where was the bar when Broom came out, when Dobbs was leaked, when those things happened, and the bar was silent. Silent as to the rule of law, as to respecting our Supreme Court, when Supreme Court justices were being doxxed, when people were at their homes. Where were we? So, I mean, in terms of it's the rule of law counts. It seems like it's only in one direction. So that's one thing. I want to ask, you mentioned before the rule, how did we put it? At the very beginning, you opened up with the cause of the spread of mis and disinformation, and then you had given some statistics and spoke about protecting democracy, not that those two are the same thing. Where is the press in all of this? It's like, it's the judicial and public officials are on the people, but the press in terms of, I mean, I guess we're getting to that, that's the media and disinformation, but I'm like, where is the letter right now in support of Elon Musk, who's providing the only, free platform in the world, and is being attacked by nations elsewhere trying to shut him down, and, what's with Telegram, let's get into it. If we're going to get into it, then let's protect speech everywhere, and not just when it happens to be against President Trump. So,
Yeah, no, let me just say, thanks for asking that question about the press, and that's exactly why the task force, we're working with the Knight Foundation to train journalists about how elections work. And the first program, I mean, any of you could sign up. It's a webinar. Tomorrow is the first national one, and then we're going to do it in certain jurisdictions. And one of the issues, and I don't know, I know we're going to have a panel later today, but like I said, we've done these in several other states, and one of the most eye-opening for me was we did a listening tour in July in Wisconsin, and there's a nonprofit in Wisconsin that talks about the impact of the demise of all these local press outlets because you are getting less information. And, even things like I wouldn't have immediately thought of myself, but for those who familiar with the Midwest, in Wisconsin, there used to be stores called the Boston Store. And the Boston Store used to be one of the major sponsors of the Milwaukee newspaper. and other local papers in Wisconsin. Well, a few years ago, the Boston store closed. And as a result, a lot of those local outlets no longer had their major sponsors. So it was really eye-opening to me to see how one thing in our economy affects another. So thanks for asking that question, Lauren.
Yeah,
No, go ahead. I'll just tell that fellow that we got it. Just one
can I
second. Just
respond
one second.
to?
I'll just
Yeah,
respond.
I just want to respond to the other part of the question. I think we always have to be careful about false equivalencies. The fact that you do something in one area that's good, but you're missing, somebody may think you're missing the boat in others, doesn't take away from something important being done. You raise the critical underlying question, which is, where should bars be on some of these other decisions, on some of the issues around the extremism that, we have to have a conversation about extremism in the Supreme Court. Lawyers need that discussion in a very civil and direct way. We have to have these hard conversations about where should bars be in responding to these decisions that have had increasing impacts on certain civil liberties and individual rights. So these are hard conversations to be had. I don't think it takes away from the fact that the bar did an important thing to speak out at one important time. The question is, I think, the harder one, which is how much, how far, and how do we get people on board with these more difficult conversations? Yeah, I get.
So I don't think it was a fine line. I think it was a political. It was right down the line. It's what I would expect from CBA.
Yeah, I think there are.
As a political organization.
I think we need to move on, but I'm happy to have a conversation with you afterwards. I would very heartily disagree with that premise, but I know you need to go on.
This fellow in the back.
Thank you. I have a question about something Lauren said earlier, that there's a rapid response plan in place for November 5th. I'm wondering what the plan is, what's it responding to, and how can we as individual lawyers support it?
The question was, there's a rapid response plan should be in place for the November 5th election, and
What is it?
what is it, and how should we?
So my statement, and then Mary,
What's it responding to, and how can we support it?
yeah.
Thank you.
Mary can talk to what the task force is doing specifically. My statement was, I think every bar association in the country should be having conversations right now with affinity bars, with regional, local bars, to talk about what do we do November 5th and on, because we know that whatever the outcome, pretty much it's highly likely there will be litigation. It may be worse, we don't know. We hope and pray not. But we should be having those conversations. That's a bar by bar leadership issue, but at the same time, the Task Force for American Democracy is doing that in some of the battleground states. Mary, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, and I guess what I'll say is, what can we all do? And that's what we're going to be talking about all today. I guess number one is vote, but number two is volunteer. And you can volunteer just here in Hartford or in your community here in Connecticut. The ABA actually has a way for lawyers to be poll workers. It's called Poll Worker-esque. And then the Task Force for American Democracy, we have set up, like I said, we've set up next step committees in 6 states, and you can help with those efforts by going to ambar.org/democracy. And there's a link there to express your interest to want to help out. And we recently have this fantastic volunteer coordinator who's helping to organize people who are expressing interest. So thanks for asking that question.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I am an immigration practitioner, and I just wanted to bring up the issue of immigration, which I haven't heard anything about yet. But I would like to say that it's an Achilles heel for the American democracy, because it tends to be the number one or number two issue affecting American presidential elections every single time.
Yeah.
And we're not fixing it, and the last attempt at immigration comprehensive reform was 30 plus years ago. And ever since, there's a saying that everything immigration goes in Congress to die. Why? And I would like to see the American Bar Association Task Force giving specific attention to immigration reform as a strategic issue that's crucial to American democracy. And we need to bring it up to legislatures, federal legislatures, that they have a duty to agree on some sort of a fix to a dysfunctional system that, if not fixed, it's going to lead to border crisis after border crisis that's going to affect American elections, and is going to be the perpetual wedge issue. So how can we go forward in tackling immigration reform with your task force?
Oh, and
Thank you.
what is your name?
Dana Buchin.
Oh, thank you, Dana. Well, I'm glad you asked that question, because actually another big area that people don't realize that the American Bar Association works on is immigration. And one of the things you might not be aware of, we actually have several hundred lawyers down at the border and in San Diego doing immigration work. We have, how we make policy at the American Bar Association, we have a House of Delegates. We have passed policy supporting immigration reform. And in fact, I have written several letters as president during the last year, to ensure, because we as lawyers, I think, have a higher duty for this, that the process by which those cases are adjudicated and taken allow for due process. And in fact, one of the last things I did as an ABA president, the White House reached out to me and said, we have a couple hundred lawyers working, but we know that's just a drop in the bucket for what is needed. And they wanted to mobilize the nation's 1.3 million lawyers to try to help. And so we entered into like a collaboration with the White House. You can look at it, was announced in July. And we're working to try to implement that to get more law firms to take on pro bono immigration cases. In fact, we just had another call yesterday. So I wish there was a simple answer. Unfortunately, there's not just a simple silver bullet that's going to solve this problem. But one of the things, it was important to me to say, to send out the message to the nation's lawyers, is that I hope that more of us can help in this regard, take pro bono cases, and of course, as you mentioned, pass comprehensive immigration reform. So
I want to turn to maybe a difficult question or difficult issue, but I think, Lauren, you described the situation we're currently in as unprecedented. Mary, you concluded your remarks with the comment by President Lincoln, or then candidate Lincoln. And I think you said at the end that your long range is how do we deal with this campaign of disinformation and perhaps the lack of civility in the political process. What are your views on that, and how can we as lawyers deal with those big issues? Because as I see it, as you just mentioned, there are fewer and fewer news media outlets, and some have become quite partisan, so the information being shared to the public is certainly polarized, depending upon which newscast you hear, and then it's repeated in social media circles, so the problem becomes exponentially more serious, and it's the public whose interest we obviously are trying to vindicate here. So your thoughts on how we deal with the elephant in the room?
Well, the elephant in the room is a very big one indeed, and we have to get to know that elephant better and deal with it. I think that it goes back to me, the reason why, for example, we, Lawyers Defending America and Democracy, created the Democracy Commitment to engage lawyers directly in this responsibility of rejecting the dishonesty, the threats, the intimidation, and the violence, to use our authority and our power. Bars have enormous convening authority to bring together business, community, and religious leaders to help have those discussions about the importance of restoring democratic norms and principles. Partnering with local schools and community organizations to teach the importance of our democratic system, its dependence on honest discourse, and what it means to be an educated member of the community, an educated citizen. We can't rely on law day activity as the only time that we embark and engage with our communities around the importance of democracy, the importance of the rule of law. And I'll add to that string something that I think a lot about, because one of our original founders is a very revered former judge in Massachusetts, a Mass Appeals Court judge, who always talks about norms and principles of democracy and how they impact what we come to expect as rights that we have. For example, rights to an education, other kinds of these norms that we talk about. We use that when we look at our Marching Towards Autocracy report. We lay out eight principles, norms and principles of democracy, and how those are being violated. As lawyers, we have to have these conversations in our communities. This is a very grassroots kind of effort to put in place, and to talk about what does it mean to be an educated member of the community. What does it mean to have discourse without threats? How do we have school board elections without people feeling in fear of their life, which is something that's happening in communities around the country right now? How do you show up to vote, to be a worker on election day without being afraid? There are right now in election training across the country, part of the training includes drills for if violence breaks out, putting in place systems of protection. When in our history have we ever had to think about that for people who work at polls? So the obligation that we have to intercede right now is deep, and the opportunities to do that are extraordinarily broad and large, and it's just a question of somebody taking, the bars and lawyers taking leadership roles and putting these into place.
Oh, well, yeah, there's lots of things to do. And again, the World Justice Project actually has a paper on what lawyers can do, and so does the task force. You can see what lawyers can do. And one of the things is just, we've talked about the lack of basic civics education. And of course, it's kind of a more long-term thing, because there's short-term things to do, like serving as a poll worker, but more longer-term things like infusing more civics, because only, I think, 17 states now require that students pass the U.S. citizenship test. And so, to your point about immigration, we have a lot of naturalized citizens who know more about our democracy than people who have been citizens here. So one of the things I think we are uniquely positioned to do as lawyers is to help teach civics, like whether in your workplace, in your local school, in the clubs you belong to, your community organizations. So There's lots of ways, so.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I'll repeat it.
I'd like to suggest to the ABA that you follow the Connecticut Bar Association long-running program called Civics First and our civics education program. We have a program that is a partnership between the schools and the Bar Association and the judiciary that uses a program called Play by the Rules in the elementary school programs. We run mock trial and debate in middle schools and high schools. I think there's 80 schools that participate in the high school program. We have both federal judges and our state judges have been involved for years. And part of the problem, part of the reason that it started is exactly what you said, which was that civics became no longer a point of education in the high schools, and you didn't need it to graduate. Also, I would suggest that Sandra Day O'Connor's iCivics
Yes.
program is a great resource and has many of the things that we've been talking about available that we don't have to recreate from the beginning. But I highly recommend our program, and John Weiner, our president, is sitting right here, and I encourage the other states to look because it's been in place for 25 years and the schools love it. I can't tell you how many lawyers have come from our program. So,
Well, thanks for pointing that out, and we actually do work on that. We have a public education division at the ABA, and I will highlight something that's kind of just hot off the presses, we have a new little kind of cartoon video, and the link's up on the ABA website. We can send out the link to all of you, but for those of a certain age who remember Schoolhouse Rock, you know how a bill becomes a law, this video is similar to that, and it's how a ballot becomes a vote. And our senior lawyers division just developed it, just got finalized this week. So that's, to your point, like, we need programs like that, and kudos to all of you for doing that program. And I also want to send kudos to Elizabeth Yang, because she has been working on this for many years and actually spearheaded at the ABA our policy to protect election workers. So thanks, Elizabeth. So.
Thanks, Elizabeth and John, for civics education. It really is one of the
Similar, just one quick
stars
note,
of our program.
around the same time was when Discovering Justice in Massachusetts was created. Very similar program, and still alive and thriving, and a wonderful way to engage kids in the courts. It's been quite a success.
Yes, sir.
These activities that you've talked about either are active audiences or are aimed at people who are already interested in civic engagement. And frankly, those people aren't the problem. So how do you get somebody who's ignorant of civics to be engaged in it? And I think that's the chunk that we're trying to go after. And these solutions are great for maintaining or potentially having a system in the future that's more robust. But our problem now is that we missed a whole generation of people. So what are those tools? What does that look like? Because I can't have a community meeting about civic engagement and expect somebody to show up who isn't already civically engaged.
Yeah, it's a tough problem. It really struck with me because you've really hit on a good point, because there was an article in the Washington Post a couple months ago about a teacher, a high school teacher, who students now are eligible to vote, but they're not interested in it at all because they don't think it impacts their lives. And it is really hard, I think, for educators and all of us to do that. And I guess it's just going out to the schools. I think we as lawyers, I mean, we have great opportunities. You can do it any day of the year, but actually just in like 10 days or so. I think September 17th is Constitution Day. And you can try to go into your schools to teach about civics or what lawyers do. We do that on Law Day, but you can do it any time of the year. It's not an easy nut to crack. I mean, I think it's butting up again. You have put your finger on exactly a problem that I think a lot of young people particularly don't think it relates to their life. And they don't realize the ways that it actually really does. So it's just getting out there. I mean, whether it's writing op-ed, maybe it's, we're our young people a lot, right? They're on social media. You could do a TikTok video. Who knows? I mean, I think there's not one single answer, but it's just getting out there, getting the message out. It's not an easy, facile answer, but it's just continuing to get the message out. I don't know if Lauren has other thoughts.
Well, I also, just building on that, I do think we also have to get the message out to adults in our communities. And we have to think about ways in which we can, for example, go into school board meetings and offer to do trainings on constructive dialogue. Go talk with town leaders and community leaders about how to elevate conversations in any given location. And I can tell you there isn't a state in this country that doesn't have communities right now in which there is a serious breakdown in the fabric of the community on local boards. And how do you help repair that? How do you target areas where this is happening and be able to bring some civility there? I think it does get very granular, but that's what needs to be done.
It took the statistic that Mary quoted was alarming to me, that the 21% of the public, 21% believe public officials should be responsible for civic literacy. And I would have hoped and thought that number was much higher, but I think all these issues are interrelated, and to the extent that public officials are using illiteracy as a political tool, both parties, or more than both parties, then it may be that there's no incentive to solve the illiteracy problems, which is a really bad thing. I saw two hands, John first, and then I'll get to you. Thank you.
One of the things that we found helpful in
John, can you stand up just so people can hear? Thanks.
One of the things that we found helpful in Connecticut, and this was an initiative that the Bar Association supported before our state legislature, was the creation of a legislative task force on civic education and media literacy. And so that's designed as a bipartisan group with representatives from the Secretary of State's office, the Bar, Judicial Branch, and the Department of Education, as well as some of the municipalities. And what we're finding on that task force is that there are, in fact, a lot of programs out there, but the schools simply don't know about them. So one of the things we're working on is aggregating those programs and basically marketing them to the schools. Because, as you said, the issue is there's a lot of programs out there. There are a lot of kids who are really into it and teachers who are really into it. But it's a matter of reaching folks and making them realize that we are in fact available to go out there. So I would definitely urge action on the state legislative level, just to kind of pull everybody together.
Thanks, John. Thanks for your leadership on the issue.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to ask if there's any task forces or uniform support on the bar level for education reform to support, progress toward the issue with illiteracy and the lack of mandate for civic education in the U.S.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I think we realized is that even people entering law school might not know about civics, and then the current law school curriculum, you might take constitutional law or things, but it's not really even targeted to that. And that's why we had over 120 law school deans sign that letter, and they're going to be meeting to talk about how to kind of infuse that in the law school experience. And I'm heartened because, I mentioned that we've had these listening tours in several other states. We're not going to have like a program like this in Arizona before the election, but the group is already underway. And one of the things, this is the beauty of these programs, because I hope all of us, you all in Connecticut walk away with some great ideas of things that will work specifically in Connecticut, because one of the ideas they came up with in Arizona, which the other states haven't thought of yet, is they're going to create like law school ambassadors to do this kind of work. And so they're going to do their listening session after the election, and one of the panels is going to be the law students are going to run it and say what they did and what they thought was important. So I love that idea. So thanks for raising that issue.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that's inspired me in the role I have been in, both with LDAT and on the as vice chair of the advisory commission to the task force, is that if you have an idea, there's a place to take that idea and to do something and to try to and to implement it. There is so much room for creativity in this space right now. So many opportunities. Somebody came to me in my LDAT hat and said, I care about professional ethics and how it's being taught today, because we're only teaching the traditional lawyer-client, my lawyer stole my money kind of ethics and how that applies in the code. And I think now that the world is changing, we have to look more broadly at complaints such as the ones that we have LDAT has filed based on information in the public about breaches of violations of the disciplinary code. So we talked through what he was interested in. He created this fantastic, he's an adjunct professor of professional ethics. He created a wonderful curriculum on professional ethics as look through the lens of the 2020 election and people who lied in court and have, as a result of complaints that we and others have filed, have lost their license or had their license suspended. And now we have professors around the country who are asking us, it's on our website, people who are starting to implement that as part of their core curriculum in teaching. That's just how ideas get out into the world. So if you have an idea about something you think is important to do, talk to Mary, talk to your Connecticut bar leaders, talk to me. We'll figure out a way to make it work. It is an important time, and there's just no lack of opportunity and energy for getting stuff done right now.
We are out of time, but we thank all of you very much. I want to thank Lauren and Mary, not only for spending time with us, but for your leadership on these very, very complicated and very important issues. We really applaud your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm told we're having a 10-minute break.
We're going to start again in 1 minute if everyone can take their seats.
Introduce us and then we come back to us.
I'll tell you. We'll do it all at once. All right, everyone, I guess we're ready to get going with our panel number 2, the role of media in the age of misinformation, disinformation. My name is Eric Parker. Since 2004, I've been employed by WFSB, the CBS affiliate in Hartford, now located in Rocky Hill. And since 2010, I've been a practicing attorney. And in 2020, I stepped to a part-time role at WFSB, and I'm the principal at Romano Parker down in Rocky Hill, where practicing law is my full-time job. I still host WFSB's Sunday morning program, CT24, which is an interview program, sort of a meet the press style program is what I tell people. And so I have the dual role as a practicing journalist and mostly a practicing attorney. And so I'm thrilled to be with you today, and we have a distinguished panel. And I told the panelists that I would have them each introduce themselves and give you their brief thoughts before we get going on how they view the connection between the rule of law and the practice of journalism, and the connection between those two and how important they are. So I'm going to start to my left with the other attorney on the panel, Megan Nielsen. Why don't you introduce yourself and address that topic, Megan?
So this is my first panel, so everyone please go easy on me. So my name is Meg Nielsen. I have been a practicing attorney since 2020. I was part of that first COVID class of law school, which was a lot of fun. Prior to that, though, I did have a career as a journalist in print media. 3 days after I graduated journalism school, I was working at a local newspaper in Southbury. 6 months later, I was at the ground zero for Sandy Hook, reporting on obviously one of the worst mass shootings. From there, I continued to grow in newspaper sizes. I worked for the Darien News briefly, where I started covering more and more courts. I was in the Stamford court, I was in the Norwalk court, I was reporting on our residents who were getting arrested. And then a brief stint in Virginia doing exclusive court reporting and emergency services reporting, so I'm getting more and more familiar with the court system. And then my final stint was at the Connecticut Law Tribune, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with. I was there when it was still print, and then was there for the shift to obviously the e-paper. That's where I really got the full taste of the law. As I was reporting on legal news, I was reporting on decisions that were coming down, complaints that were being filed, and the impacts that those had on our law here in Connecticut. It was there that obviously with some much hubris that I said, I can do this, and went to law school. And so I graduated Quinnipiac in 2020, and I am now working at Rose Kaler as an associate. We do employment defense work, but we also represent a lot of municipalities, so there is a beautiful relationship between constitutional law and employment law, it's fascinating and it's interesting, and obviously it's something that our public is very interested in because, obviously stories about our municipal governments, the boards of education, police departments, our first selectmen, that is what the public cares about. They want to know, whether there is wrongdoing by their public government or lack of wrongdoing, my clients will say. And so that's where that's at. So I have the interesting position where, not like Eric, where you're still kind of in both worlds, one foot in each. I've left journalism entirely, and I'm now just practicing in law. But for me, it's been interesting because I've been able to see on one side, as the public distrusts the media as a reporter, even having people say, I didn't say that, and me saying, okay, I looked at the minutes from this meeting where you said exactly that. And then have shifted now to, as a lawyer, where I'm reading news articles and saying, well, that's not true. That's not what this case says. It's not what this decision is holding. So I've seen this distrust of the media and the distrust of the law and the relationship between the two play out on both sides, which I think is really interesting. And for me, what I find fascinating about the rule of law and media and this distrust is that, our country was founded on a free press, and our country was founded with, the judiciary. And these two tenets they've existed at every step of the way of this country's growth. And I think that, these two institutions have worked together, but also have butted heads for so many years that, there needs to be some kind of, come to Jesus moment where the two realize that they need to work together because their underlying goals are the same, which is we want to do better by our populace. And so I find it an interesting relationship between the media and the law just because they both have that same goal, but also work against each other. And I think there can be some common ground to be found to help ease this notion of misinformation that I think is prevalent with today.
Thank you. Catherine Hauser works at WTNH.
Hi, everybody. I'm Catherine Hauser. I am an anchor and reporter at WTNH in New Haven. I've been there for about 2 years and change, but I'm a journalist who started my career in 2005. I've worked at 5 different news stations on Long Island, in upstate New York, in Boston, in Connecticut, and then back to Connecticut. I've sort of hit a bunch of places along my journalistic journey, but what's interesting, and we talked about this before we had this panel today, was I did think about a career in law before I embarked on my pursuits in journalism. So here I am, very proud to be part of this panel today. Similar to you, Megan, this is the first time I'm on a panel like this, so it is truly an honor to be before you today. I think in so many ways, as a journalist, the rule of law and law are so intertwined, and it goes in our day-to-day work as practitioners of journalism. When we are in the court system, and when we are dealing with law enforcement or trying to get to the heart of a matter, we are constantly trying to figure out the charges against somebody. It's involved and ingrained in our everyday work. So to me, it's interesting because I wasn't thinking about it critically of how much the two are intertwined together when you think of journalism and the law. Obviously, our constitutional rights, the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, that is the cornerstone of which journalists are protected. That has been tried and true for as long as we know in this field. But for me as a broadcast journalist, so much of our work is relied upon visuals. So there are many different rules and laws in which you can acquire visuals or acquire information, like the Freedom of Information Act, or going to get a visual or video somewhere, video content, and you can't just go on a person's property. You need their permission. You can get video in public places, but you can't get video at a private business or a private home. So we're constantly making these decisions in accordance with the law to give you the most accurate information as possible, but also the visuals that support the story so you can see too for yourself what happened, say in the latest instance, I'm thinking about the tragedy that happened in Old Saybrook this week, where you probably heard about that boat accident and you're seeing the visuals of what happened that day, and we're still working to get information on that. But for us as journalists, there is certainly a foundation in which we stand upon, and this age of misinformation and disinformation, the ground in which we stand is under attack in many ways, where you have, as my parents would say, a few bad apples can spoil the whole bunch sometimes. So we're in a constant fight in our storytelling, in seeking the truth, in upholding a code of ethics, and doing it in the most, in the best and most accurate way as possible. So I'm very proud to be part of this panel today, and we'll dive in more, I think, into how law and journalism apply, and hopefully, you'll all, I'm not a lawyer, that's my 2 cents, but I'm certainly happy to participate today.
We will dive into that indeed. Our final panelist this morning is Helen Bennett from the Hartford Courant.
I'm not used to being on panels either, so excuse me if you can't hear me. I'm Helen Bennett. I'm the executive editor of the Hartford Courant. I second a lot of what you have heard already from my co-panelists about the importance of the First Amendment and the media. My comment that I'd like to make about the connection between the rule of law and the media is this. We all know that all media, and yes, it's a tough time to be in the media. The reason I'm in the media 100% and have stayed in this profession is because of my belief in democracy in this country, my profound and intrinsic belief in the importance of democracy. But that said, the connection between media and the rule of law, and I think this is very important to point out in Connecticut, is an informed populace knows what is going on. They know what is going on in their own community, in their own state. And then that helps them make decisions about how they would like life in Connecticut to be. And if you have that information, what can you do with it? You can work to make change if that is what you believe in. One of my co-panelists here mentioned Sandy Hook, a national tragedy, and what happened after that. Change occurred. People were able to make change in gun laws in Connecticut, and it happens at every level of government. If you have the information and you've been supplied it by the media, because you don't necessarily have time to go to town hall and look it up yourself. You don't necessarily have time to file the Freedom of Information requests for the information. But if you know about it, you're informed and you can make decisions and you can make change, and we see it happen all the time in Connecticut. I want to ask a question. Who can tell me what's news in Connecticut right now? Not national news. What's news in Connecticut? Somebody said it. Who?
Someone said Pura over here.
Pura. Pura is one of them. And the controversy over Pura and the way people are feeling about that right now on both sides. Why are our electric bills so high? Can we make change with that? That information, the reality of why this is happening, helps people to make change. It helps people to reach out to their lawmakers. It helps people to come here, which I think they're going to do, to say, we're not happy with this, and peacefully say, we're not happy with this, and potentially make change. And that is part of what I think the connection between journalism and the rule of law is. One other point I would make, because we've talked a lot about the judiciary already today, it is important for people in Connecticut to know what happens in the judiciary. And why is that important? Because every citizen in Connecticut has to believe in justice and how justice is meted out. And if you don't know what's going on in the judiciary, you don't know whether justice is meted out the way it should be. And I'm not criticizing the judiciary, obviously, but but having that information, who is sentenced to what, who is punished for what, who gets probation and who gets prison, that kind of information is really important, and that's part of the rule of law too. And I will be quiet now and let you continue, because I could go on forever.
Helen, thank you. I do want to encourage you, if you have a question as we're talking, raise your hand. I'll try to keep an eye out for people. I'll just tell you very briefly, when people ask me about the difference between my two careers, I tell them journalism, if you do it correctly, the facts are the facts and your job is just to report them. As a lawyer, I oftentimes look at all the facts, pick the ones that are best for my client, and try to do my best to downplay the rest of them. And I think that's what many practitioners of the law do, and that's good advocacy on behalf of your client. The issue in the sort of changing face of journalism is you now sometimes will come to a story where there's two different groups and they have alternate sets of facts. They both believe facts to be true, and they are impossible to both be true because of different frameworks or different views of an issue. And so, Catherine, I wanted to start with you. The first thing they teach you in Journalism 101 is to tell both sides of a story. How do you deal with a story when, as a reporter, you come into it and you know that one of the sides is provably false?
It's not easy, is the short answer. We're up against that challenge more often than you think, especially I think so many people have information at their fingertips. And your challenge with, and I've referenced this story, sometimes you'll show up somewhere where I've had people yell fake news out the window at me, and I'm not a betting woman, but if I were to bet, they don't know who I am or what station I work for, but they've put me in a box as being false out of the gate due to whatever they've looked at, and they've deemed journalists as not people who are going to report the facts. So you're up against this. I'm going to give an example, I think, that works within the context of this building. I worked on a story for a better portion of a year regarding speedy wheelchair repairs. This is something that I had learned about more than a year ago, where if you or anybody you know uses a wheelchair, consumers or users of wheelchairs can't get repairs done quickly. Some wheelchair users wait months, if not up to a year, to get their wheelchairs repaired. And if you hear that off the cuff, it's kind of shocking, because I made this assumption that if, just like we have a broken leg, we can go to the hospital, we can get our leg fixed in a quick and timely way. But for those who are in wheelchairs, who rely on them for mobility and their independence, it's not the same. So I followed this story for months at a time with disability rights groups, with wheelchair users, and the story you got about the process was very different when you talked about the wheelchair industry, those who were making the repairs, compared to the consumer side. So my job, though, is to get both sides, and I did that. But you have to reconcile the two, because the consumers are saying, well, that's not the case when I went. That's not what happened to me when I was trying to get my wheelchair repaired. But the industry side says, we recognize the problem, we're doing our best, it maybe is not as bad as they might be saying, and you have to bridge that gap, and it's my job to showcase both sides, and you as the viewer make the decision ultimately of what you think this story is, of where action should be taken. And to the industry's credit and to the consumer side's credit, they came to the table and they talked about the issue. It was not easy. They had a task force. they hammered it out for months, and Connecticut is the first state in the country to have a repair bill, so a consumer protection for wheelchair users that was just passed this legislative session. And I'd like to think that good journalism and keeping with the story and raising public awareness is part of why that bill passed this past session and had full bipartisan support, which in this day and age, as you know, to have full bipartisan approval is a big deal and a major victory. So that's one example of sort of reconciling two opposing views on a critical issue for over 5,000 people in our state.
And I can tell you it's especially difficult in a TV world where, you know, if you're sent out to do a TV story on an issue, the editors usually tell you you have like a minute 30 of TV. And that's it, right? So I always used to joke, you know, and Helen will laugh, people would say to me, well, I told you 25 things, how come only 3 of them in the story? And I'd say, if you want all the facts, read the Hartford Courant. I have time for 3 facts. And I'm gonna make sure those 3 facts are right, but the problem is if you're doing a story and one guy says the sky is blue and one guy says the sky is red, do you waste a valuable 20 seconds to let the guy say the sky is red when you can look up and see it's blue? That's a tough job for a journalist who started in Journalism 101 being told you have to have both sides. And when you know one of the sides is not telling the truth or making up a fact or appropriating something, it's tough on the journalist, especially in the TV world where you do have such a limited space. Megan, you had when we were preparing for this, you had a great anecdote about a time when you had a client in your legal life who was looking for coverage and it kind of went away. Can you tell people about that?
So about 2 years ago, one of our clients got sued, and the initial complaint, as most is the case, I think, for complaints, got a ton of coverage. And it was bad facts. There was an allegation that an officer stole semi-nude photos from a young girl, then distributed them to the public, and then he obviously got fired. But then the lawsuit came, the civil suit came. So, here our clients are getting, not to say trash in the press, but there's repeats of the allegations in the complaint. It looks bad when you Google these officers' names, like this is the first thing that pops up. There's obviously concern from them for their careers. And then the story died down, as it happens, because our legal process takes time. Well, 2 weeks ago, we got the motion to dismiss decision because the complaint lacked the support that it needed to survive and to go into discovery, or into summary judgment. And the case got dismissed with prejudice. I mean, the court said there was nothing here to support these allegations. You didn't plead enough facts. This can't proceed, and I'm going to dismiss it with prejudice. Well, it's great news for our clients, right? Because here they've gotten the vindication from the courts that they didn't do anything wrong. And the plaintiffs can't plead that they did anything wrong. And so what we did with the support of our clients is we took the decision, we took a statement, we put a press release together, and we sent it off to the newspaper that ran the initial complaint for days and days and days. It's been crickets. And it's frustrating because, because our clients now are here wanting this coverage. And they want to say, like, look, there's been a resolution to this, but there's just been nothing. And now I feel like I have this unique position where I've seen what happens in the newsrooms, right? I've been there, and I know that, like, newsrooms, as everyone can see, are being asked to do more with less. They don't have the subscription basis. People are demanding free journalism. And I'm sure you guys can say that everyone's tired and overworked, right? There's just too much, there's so much news out there, and there's not enough reporters. So I have this sympathetic approach where I understand that there's it's not, malicious that this hasn't been covered, but I get that there's a frustration for our clients who want to tell the other side of the story. Because initially when that complaint comes in, we as lawyers, and I think everyone can agree, is we say, like, let's just not make a comment. We're gonna figure this out in the courts. We're not gonna try this case in the papers. And I think there's some value to that. But then it's frustrating that when we want to share it and it doesn't come out. And I can say, like, from my own personal perspective, like when I was working for the Trib, every day I'm on Pacer and I'm looking for new complaints. I'm searching for weeks, and I'm seeing these complaints get brought in, and I reported on them. I would call the lawyers, and the lawyers would say I have no comment, or they would give me one comment if it was plaintiff's counsel, but then I wouldn't circle back. And I recognize it's a failing on my part, and I just forgot about it. And it's just the nature of our courts, and that they take a long time. And so, I get that frustration, but I also think we as lawyers need to understand that we need to work with the media more, and we need to share more with the media to make for a more fulsome story so that reporters aren't basically relying on the allegations in the complaint, which there is no evidence right now to support it. We haven't gotten to summary judgment. We're not at trial. It's just allegations in the complaint, and providing more background to the reporters to say, listen, I understand these are the allegations, but there's more to the story, and there's more that you need to consider and understand. And then especially as decisions come out, that we need to be working with reporters again to say, here's what this means. Like, I got my case dismissed with prejudice. To me, I'm really proud of that, because I can go to my client and say, we're done with this, right? They didn't have it. But then we need to go to the reporters and say, but this is what it means. Like, this is so that when you're reporting on it, it's not just cases dismissed and we call it a day. This case was dismissed because X, Y, and Z, so that these stories are more, they're more well reported, they have more background, they have more understanding, and that way we can educate the public through more information. And I think it's a failing on, not a failing, but I think it's a shortcoming on both the legal industry, and I think it's a shortcoming of the reporting and the journalistic industry, and maybe that's just my own personal perceptions of it, and I get that, but I know that, like, when I was a reporter, I didn't understand what these decisions meant. And I say that, and I understand the fault in that, and I look back on that, and I wish I had someone to tell me, this is what it means. This is what it means, and this is why it's important. And I will give a shout out to Dan Schwartz, because when I was at the Trib, he was one of the defense attorneys who would always pick up the phone for me. And he would explain, like, what certain things meant, it's just super critical, I think, as a reporter, to understand what summary judgment means, to understand what a motion in limine is, right? Because, I mean, there's so many examples where I see headlines, not from the current, I promise. I see headlines, and I'm like, this isn't true. Like, when Sandy Hook, when the Sandy Hook family settled with Remington, and they had that massive settlement, I saw headlines from national news outlets saying that Remington has admitted guilt. It is the first time that the gun manufacturer has been found guilty for their involvement in Sandy Hook. And I was like, this cannot be farther from the truth. And it's just not. There's an unliability clause. There's no guilt in civil court. And I think lawyers need to work with reporters more so that these stories aren't going out to the public and then the public then running with them. So.
Well, and I think, I'll get your question 1 second. I think that's a great point, because in your case with the motion to dismiss, that's the rule of law working as it should given those facts, right? And that you put on the case for your client and you got the outcome, but then the journalism piece wasn't there to pick up that story and run that last 5 yards.
Right, so all the public knows was that 2 years ago the town got sued because of a cop. That's all they know.
We had a question in the back?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about your experience specifically. You said, you had this point one, you fed the information to the press, and crickets. Do you find that we're speaking about misinformation, disinformation, but also lack of information. Do you find that the press, how should we say, responds to certain information and doesn't respond to others? I mean, what leads. If it's a crisis, great. If it's the resolution of something, So how much is the press at fault for, you could give them a press release, you could give them a written article, and it doesn't fit on there. Like, is that the case? Would they, if you gave them a complete referenced article that gave the other portion, do you think the Hartford Courant would run it, or would they say we've got to run it through our filter? It has to follow our narrative, or we'll pick another paper, any of the Hearst papers, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Well, I can only speak from my experience. I definitely don't want us to talk about the editorial process of other newspapers, because I think that's unfair. But I know that when I was working at the Darien News, I was the only reporter covering the entire town. There was a sports reporter. John Chick did his thing, and he was fantastic at what he did, but I covered everything. It was a matter of time.
Someone from the zoning board gave an article that was almost complete. He says, here, go check the facts and publish it. Would you have been like, well, no, or you'd be like, great?
Well, let's ask the executive editor.
Right.
Make sure you turn your microphone on, Helen. If someone comes to you, and let's use the zoning board as an example. Someone comes to the Hartford Courant with a hot issue from a zoning board. How do you weigh? You talked in your opening comments about part of your role is to have an informed populace, right? So if one of the 169 towns in Connecticut, you get a well-researched press release from a zoning board about an upcoming decision, how do you evaluate if it's going to get in the paper and how it's covered?
That's a very complicated question, because are we talking about somebody sending it as a release, so they want a story? Are they sending it as an op-ed? Are they sending it as a letter to the editor? So all would be considered differently. But you know, it's hard for me to say because it depends on the issue. And you're absolutely right. What is the issue of the day? But if we had an important zoning decision in a town in Connecticut that we were given the information, we would double check all of it. We would double check it, and we would probably want to have the conversations ourselves. We probably wouldn't take it, you know, verbatim in that fashion. If it were an op-ed or a letter to the editor, there's a lot more leeway. And I will say that in the op-ed and the letter to the editor realm, that is an extremely vibrant public area of exchange of ideas and public discourse in Connecticut. Somebody mentioned it during the last panel, you know, maybe on voter issues and the importance of democracy, you know, write an op-ed or write a letter to the editor, and I thought that was a great idea. But as to the zoning issue, it really depends. It would, you know, I'd have to look at it. I'd have to make a decision, you know, based on that particular, you know, is it something that is going to impact a very small amount of people? Is it going to impact a lot of people, et cetera? So
and I think
it's complicated.
I think like any media outlet, there's a limited number of resources, meaning reporters to check things, editors, limited amount of room, whether it's inches or time. Let me just ask one follow-up question to Helen, and then I'll get to your question. One of the things that I wonder from your perspective, being a newspaper of statewide circulation, the changing consumerism of news. I no longer get a print paper at my house. I read headlines. I have to click on a link to see it. If you have a print paper, you might read a few paragraphs of different stories that otherwise you wouldn't think to click the link. How do you then bring that news, or how do you look at bringing the news maybe differently in today's age?
That's a very good question, and it goes to my previous point in terms of stories and story choice. We have to consider how many people is this going to impact? Does it have a statewide impact? Does it have a county impact? Does it have a local impact? And do we have to also pay attention to what interests people? What are they reading? We do have to pay some attention to that as well. And just in my time at the Hartford Courant over the past couple of years, I've seen a mass difference in what people are interested in. And how do I know what they're interested in? Because I can see what they read online. And but at the same time, our goal is still to bring to Connecticut news that is important to all of Connecticut, and that's one of our biggest goals. You know, if there is a local zoning issue, you know, can it be extrapolated to be important to others too? If there's a development issue, can it be extrapolated? You know, some of the other important things in Connecticut right now. For example, highways in Connecticut, where we have 218 people dead in Connecticut so far this year. That's on our highways. That's just on state highways. You know, that's an important issue that that is statewide, and we really have to consider that. But the changing interest of people is important too. And what I've seen in the past 2 years is, since the end of the pandemic, is people are really interested in where can I go? What can I do? How does it impact my family? How much is it going to cost? How can I do that? What can I do? Those kind of things. And we have to think about stories that are really going to impact people. And Pura is one of them, because everybody has electricity and everybody has to pay. Everybody has to pay for electricity.
Got a question, Mark?
Yeah, actually, it seems kind of obvious. We're on the panel talking about misinformation, disinformation. The main source of that is social media. fire hose torrent that comes out. I read some frightening statistic of how many people under a certain age get their news primarily, if not exclusively, from TikTok. And you folks are there as representatives, not but you're representatives of legacy media. And sort of, where do you view your role when you're looking at so much that can come out of social media with no credentialing or ethics or anything else, and then what can you folks as legacy media do as far as trying to stem that? Because it seems almost unfair fight sometimes between, when someone's gone online, what they're getting and where they're getting it from versus what's actually going to provide good information.
I'm going to have Catherine address it, but I know that, it's probably both ways, right? Because it's not necessarily a weakness, it's also a tool. It's a big megaphone to reach a lot of people, but it also raises some verification issues because social media kind of comes along with the idea that every single person is now a photographer and carries around a pretty high quality camera in their pocket and can pretty easily submit to any of our legacy media outlets what they've recorded. So what's that process like to verify and decide that link between traditional and social media?
So a little bit differently from Helen, we're very much visually focused, where we're relying on footage, and everyone in this room has one of these with them, a phone where if you're somewhere and you see something happening, you have the ability to hit record and capture what happened, what took place. And talking about social media specifically, it's kind of like the wild, wild west. And once you start looking at something specific that fits a certain narrative, algorithms are going to work in that way that you're going to continually get. If you're interested in that one topic and that intrigues you, that the user will then get more information in that similar vein. So I feel like we're up against it. I don't have a great solution for that, but just like you said, Eric, it's an incredible tool for our viewers as well, because I don't know how many of you will actually go home, sit down, turn on your TV, and watch a news program in real time live tonight, or are you looking at your phone? And for every person, it's sort of different now. So we have to realize the power of those tools, continue to put out quality content to the best of our ability, in the hopes that if you build it, they will come, and they will keep coming back to you if you establish yourself as a reliable source that they're going to get good information throughout the day. I think the other thing too is everybody expects content immediately. When something happens, and we have what we call push alerts that go out, and maybe you get those on your cell phones when there's a headline. So you're sort of getting this immediate gratification, and that takes a lot of people, a lot of men and women behind the scenes that are putting this together, so you have a sense of what's happening in real time to get updates. So I think it's a challenge. Everybody's experience as consumers is different. We are consumers of news in many different ways, and the models in which I think we have to think creatively and outside the box to keep up with the way people are viewing and consuming news. And I'm not sure what the next 5 years are even going to look like in the way in which we're putting new content out there. But it's an interesting frontier to have to think about it in that way, because so many people are busy, they're working, you have lives, you have expectations, you have bills to pay, you're going to the store, you've got kids in school, you've got kids in college, or everybody has a busy schedule, and I think that's a big commonality. So going and sitting at home may not be the easiest thing for people to do, but how can we present a news media model that people can access readily, that's kind of on their timeline? That's the challenge, I think.
Well, and I think also the timeline allows you to create an incoming news feed that is what you wish to see. So if you were to look at my social media, you'd think the biggest story of the day is the New York Mets, because everybody I follow on social media is either a reporter who covers the Mets, a player for the Mets, an executive for the Mets. It's like nothing else is happening in the world. There's no election. Democracy is fine. Everything's good overseas. We're just worried about if the Mets are going to make the playoffs. I've chosen that filter because that's what I wish to see. The issue is everybody can do that, and whether it's your political ideology, your hometown, you like the current but you hate the register, you can really set it up to deliver to you the news that you want. We had a question over here.
I'm wondering if we are expecting too much of non-lawyers to be accurate reporting about legal issues. And is there a role for us to play? How would journalists view us calling our local editors or local radio station news people and saying, listen, if you need to ask a question of what does this mean, or how do I look this up, or can you explain what the procedure is, call me, or call someone who knows what the area is, or would you look at that as we're self-promoting or trying to steer the news in a particular direction or whatever?
I guess to sum up the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's sort of what is the feedback process as to the coverage, and what are the consequences for non-lawyers covering legal issues? Is that a good summary?
No, actually, it's the other. Rather than looking at the consequences, when you're writing the story, if you want it to be accurate and you need
the resources to make it accurate.
A question about what this means or something. If you have this list of lawyers, somebody who practices criminal, somebody who practices family, somebody who does administrative law, whatever it is, local bar members could volunteer just as background. Call us up. How would you view that? Is that something that you would welcome, or
as soon as you're saying these things, I'm like, let me get her number. I'm going to write this down. We're going to create a full punch list.
Megan said she had an answer for this.
So I've thought on this for a really long time, right? Because I had the media background. So when I was at Stony Brook University for my undergrad, I had my journalism degree from there. We had a class called news literacy, where it was all about how do we read the news and how do we know what's right and what's wrong. As I've now become a lawyer, I have thought that the one thing that, and let me go back. So the School of Journalism also has a master's program. It's the Alan Alda School of Science or something like that. But it's a bridge between scientists and reporters and bridging the language gap so that the two can work hand in hand. And so like reporters can write about science which like may not be familiar to them, right? Fantastic program. I have thought that what the world is missing is a media literacy program. And I actually, it's been in my head, and now that I'm putting it out into the world, I probably should do something about it. But I have always thought that I think what Connecticut can do is that with the CBA, local reporters, and our journalism schools or communication schools and law schools, is to create a resource for reporters that works with lawyers that basically says, like, if a motion to dismiss or a motion for summary judgment comes out, I know there's a place where I can go that tells me what it means. And if I don't understand it from here, I can call somebody. And that once a year, we have a 2-day program, right, where we basically say, here's recent news, recent laws, here's how it impacts the media, here's what it means, and it's basically teaching the media how to report on the legal industry. And I think that would it would do wonders, I think, for like my frustration with people not knowing what a motion to dismiss or a motion for summary judgment is. And it also provides a resource for reporters that they don't have to worry about calling a lawyer and like not getting any answers, because lawyers are sometimes closed-guarded about how we talk to the media because we don't want our names out there, right? So I think there is an opportunity, and a fantastic opportunity, for our legacy media in the state and our bar association and our law schools to work together to create a resource for the media, so that because by teaching these notions and this language that we as lawyers take for granted, I think it will help quell misinformation and the accusation of misinformation and disinformation, because now reporters know what they're reporting on. We're not going to get the headline, Remington admits guilt, right? We're not going to get these headlines about that are just not quite right about our law. And by properly reporting on the law, I think it would do wonders with the public's perception of the law and the media, and improving that trust that I think all of us can agree has dwindled over the last decade or so. So that's my answer, and now that I put it out there, I probably should do something about it.
I will just say quickly, the Connecticut Judicial Branch does have a judicial media committee. I'm the chairman, so I should probably bring this up. And for the past 15 years, they've been doing, in alternate years, a law school for journalists and a journalism school for judges. And so we had 20 Superior Court judges come to WFSB probably in 2017 and put on a newscast. Judges were the anchors, judges were the directors, judges edited the video, they shot the video, and they got to see what it takes to put that together. we were at WTNH and did another program for judges last year where Jim Calhoun, the former UConn basketball coach, came and gave a press conference, and the judges had to cover it. In a couple weeks, we'll have 24 journalists coming to Middletown Superior Court where they'll be talking about parole issues, things that they cover a lot, probation, the difference between them, and there'll actually be some sentence modification hearings, some mock sentence modification hearings for them to participate in. So I think Connecticut has been a leader on that front, but at the same time, I agree with you. We've all read within the first couple paragraphs of a story that someone's suing someone for at least $15,000, and every lawyer in the room rolled their eyes, and the journalists thought they had uncovered an important fact. So you had a question right here.
Well, I have a question that I was going to comment. Massachusetts has had the same thing where the Supreme Judicial Court had a media journalists and court committee. We did the same thing of that kind of mixed training, and it was a wonderful tool and something that should be replicated. I wanted to ask a question, though, because a lot of this conversation, which is really fascinating, but I feel that it's a lot of the old rules of journalism, and we're living in a different time right now. And I think that means, don't we have to question basic assumptions of the old rules? For example, both sidesism. Sometimes there just isn't another side. There are provable facts, and yet we still see this effort to go ferret out the other side when all you're doing by ferreting out the other side is promoting a lie. And I think that's a really critical thing that the media has to focus on. And the second piece of new rules that we need is related to headline writing. There has to be better responsibility for how increasingly headlines do not match up with the facts of the story. And there are lots of examples I can give on that, but it's a growing problem because I think of the need to get people to click into the story.
Helen, do you want to address those issues?
On the issue of both sides-ism, I kind of just want to ask, what's an example of that? What's an example of, you mentioned, the sky is red or the sky is blue. That's pretty easy, but what's an example of something where something is fact?
Well, I wanted to give an example. If nuclear power, CO2 free, you want a CO2, you want to get rid of go nuclear power.
Well,
where's the argument? Where's the
How about this? How about somebody comes on and says Sandy Hook was fake? Do you have to include them in the story because that's the other side of the Sandy Hook story?
Right, okay, so the nuclear power one, speaking from experience, there are two sides to that argument.
Assume there's a climate crisis and there's we're spending billions on windmills and piers and God knows what, and no one talks about, let's do a cost analysis. What would a nuclear plant cost us instead? Would it give us the same amount of electricity? Would it have less?
But that's the exact example of the both sidesism. Climate crisis is a fact. What you do about
crisis
climate
is not a fact. Crisis is a judgment.
Global climate change is a provable fact. What you do about global climate change has a lot of variables and a lot of room for constant conversation. But you can't talk about, there's no both sidesism factually about the impacts of global climate change.
You have 3 minutes left.
And I think you're correct. I think you're correct on that. I think that there are people who have opinions that they share about climate change being fake or not good science, but those aren't really acceptable anymore. The difference is, what can we do about it? Is it nuclear power? That's an issue that there is debate about. How do I know that? Because I get an enormous amount of information from the public, but it is an important issue. Part of why we're paying so much for Pura right now is paying for some aspect of Millstone, but I have a hard time thinking of an issue where the sky is red or the sky is blue, and how many times that's happened. Can I make one other point? I think an example of that, and this has been an argument that I've had as a newsroom leader a long time in different places with reporters, and that's about my favorite word. And my favorite word is alleged. Why is it my favorite word? You made the point about that because when we're presenting information to the public, did we see it ourselves? Probably not. Did somebody tell us about it? Probably. Do we know for sure that it's a fact? Do we know for sure that police said it? Well, police saying it doesn't make it a fact. A lawyer saying it doesn't make it a fact, or it might be part of the fact. And that's in that same family of two-sidesism, but importantly for journalists to understand, if they're sharing information, they didn't see it themselves, and acknowledging that.
We're all out of time. Helen gets the last word. I'm the executive producer of this panel, and I have to tell you, we're all out of time. Helen Bennett from the Hartford Courant, Catherine Hauser from WTNH, Megan Nielsen from Rose Kaler. Thank you all for being here. Enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, if everybody could take their seats, we're going to get started with the next panel. Good morning.
Do the secret.
That's why we love our Secretary of State. Good morning, everyone. First, I really want to thank ABA President Mary Smith, not only for her leadership over the past year, but for traveling from Chicago to be with us today, for her introductory remarks and for serving on a panel. And I want to welcome Secretary Johnson to our conference. I hope you all appreciate the tremendous value of your ABA membership on display today with this collaboration between the Connecticut Bar and the American Bar Association. We're going to save our questions, please, for the end. We've got a lot to cover in a short period of time. And if we don't get to questions, please come see me or Secretary of State Thomas during the break. During my run for Lieutenant Governor in 2018, I remember speculating during the summer months about who the Republicans would nominate for governor. And then just after the Republican primary, I sat there scratching my head and wondering how it was that the candidate who was the least knowledgeable about Connecticut, who hadn't voted in the state for years, had won the primary and would be the GOP candidate on the ballot in the general election. And then I looked at the numbers. In a crowded field, in a closed primary in the middle of August, he emerged with 29.4% of the vote. More significantly, he won with just 39,000 votes. For Red Sox fans out there, that's about capacity at Fenway Park. His vote total represented about 1% of the population of the state of Connecticut. And so I ask, how can we expect the best and the brightest to emerge as our leaders, our public servants, when the gatekeeper is a closed primary system which excludes unaffiliated voters, comprise over 40% in Connecticut. Primaries have low turnout, and only a plurality is required to win. Indeed, according to many experts on democracy, primaries like ours reward bad behavior, accelerate polarization, and push our democracy to the fringes. In this session, we will explore electoral reforms to increase voter participation, reward good behavior, and reduce polarization with my friend Secretary of State Stephanie Thomas and Unite America's Executive Director Nick Troiano. Welcome, Secretary Thomas. Welcome, Mr. Troiano. So I'm going to start with you, Secretary Thomas. Connecticut voter turnout in recent years has been relatively low outside of presidential years. I'd be remiss if I did not commend you for your hard work to increase voter participation through electoral reforms, including the successful implementation of early voting and your efforts to pass legislation to allow no excuse absentee voting. Are there other electoral reforms you would like Connecticut to eventually consider that would potentially help increase voter participation and engagement?
Thank you for the question. I'm very excited to be here and to see so many familiar faces. And it's always a pleasure when any other person with the title secretary is in the room. But it's a good question. Definitely this year, voters get to weigh in on the expansion of our absentee ballot laws. There will be a ballot question on the ballot in November. Another piece of legislation that I think could really increase participation, and it's been adopted in 11 states so far, is to allow 16-year-olds to pre-register to vote, because that is exactly when many of them are getting their learner's permits, and the DMV is already a voter registration agency, and it's a turnkey process. We allow that with 17-year-olds. I have introduced it in the legislature, but it hasn't gone all the way yet. I think the number one reform that would make a big difference is more funding in civic education across the board. When you look at Connecticut, we have on average 80% turnout in presidential elections. Compare that to 32% turnout in municipal elections, with some Connecticut towns being as low as 6% turnout. So when you look at that delta between people who are registered to vote, believe in voting, go out to vote, know how to vote, why is it dropping from 80% to 32% or greater? And a lot of that has to do with lack of civic education around elections, not knowing the election is happening. I often joke, like, imagine if we had Coca-Cola's budget to advertise what is happening in the electoral space. I think we would see much different turnout. It would fight apathy. It would fight people making mistakes, missing important deadlines, etc. I'm sure we'll talk about ranked choice voting later. Another thing I would love to see one day, not just in Connecticut, but everywhere in America, would be a combined civic education compulsory voting system like they have in Australia, for example. People can still choose no vote. It's not forcing you to choose someone, but, turnout would go up like you see in the countries who have compulsory voting over 90%.
Secretary, what are some of the challenges that your office faces in generating voter awareness and increasing civic engagement and voter turnout?
I think lawyers will, I'm not a lawyer, so I confess, but I did go to NYU starting as pre-law, so I'm kind of jealous of all of you. But not having a budget, so there is no statute, there's no law on the books that says the Secretary of the State needs to educate voters about how to participate. It's not a law. So as a result, there's seldom in most states budget lines that follow because there's no mandate. Every secretary I know is invested in making sure that its residents and citizens understand how to participate in our democracy. And we take it very seriously, so we find ways to publicize. But it does hurt participation and turnout not having a budget allocated for this purpose. So as you said, we've gotten very creative. And in Connecticut, unlike almost every other state in the country, because we don't have a county form of government and our elections are administered at the municipal level, every town has different charters, different ways of doing things, etc. So it even makes it difficult for us at the state level to put out a uniform message. Some towns have a representative town meeting style of government. Some have aldermen. Some have city councils, common councils, etc. So when you're talking to people, especially about municipal elections, you don't always recognize what's being said because your town doesn't do it that way, and it creates a challenge.
How are you addressing those challenges?
We've been very creative on a number of fronts. We definitely have tried to take a grassroots approach in terms of meeting with as many stakeholders as possible to try to push information out locally. Groups like the Bar Association, which we started meeting with, I think, a month after I took office. We have started many programs. One that I love the most is our Civically Engaged Organization Program, CEO. We also handle business registration, so we have a tremendous number of businesses on our email list, so we have asked them to partner with us on civics. We send them materials that is useful for any voter to know, registration dates, what early voting is, etc. We send out this information once a month, and we ask our CEOs to share it with their clients or employees, whatever makes sense for them. We also put together a Civics 101 website, which is, no offense, but a lot of election lawyers write our website. Spoiler alert, a lot of people don't understand what's written. So our Civics 101 site is sort of plain language interpretation of information that people have the most questions about. Accessibility and rights at the polls, how do college students vote, what is early voting, how is it working, and so on. And we also put up a Power of Civics site on Civics 101, because the number one question we started receiving is, what else can I do besides voting? And it's this notion that I think it's become an American myth. Like, if you vote, everything just magically works out. And we know that's not true. So we've been trying to empower people. I always say, policies are not written on election day. So you can't just vote and then abdicate your responsibility. You have to stay involved, because that's how a representative democracy represents you, by hearing from you beyond the election. So Power Civics is something we put together of like 45 things that everybody can do beyond voting to stay involved and engaged. And the list goes on and on. We started an internship and volunteer program who, thanks to our interns, we are creating a voter guide in Connecticut for the first time, and many other projects. I'll stop there, but we've been doing a lot.
Clearly, you've been busy, and if I have to confess, I spend a lot of time looking at our election laws, and I am a lawyer, and they're certainly not a model of clarity.
I agree.
So let's shift a little bit to polarization, the climate that we find ourselves in. I have been stunned that in this increasingly polarized climate, that your office has been able to remain nonpartisan. How do you do it?
It's not that hard, actually. I'm not a very political person. I had to run for office. But my approach to the work is always to meet people where they are and to be 100% nonpartisan, especially when you look at the makeup of our voter base in Connecticut. As you correctly said, unaffiliated voters are our largest bloc. And that's nationally as well. And then in Connecticut, Democrats come second, Republicans third. So when I look at that math, I have to appeal to everyone, and it does no one any good, to me, in a democracy, to pitch messaging to one party or another. That is actually the definition of a democracy. People get to choose. It's not like on our job descriptions we say, like, disclose your party affiliation. I actually don't know the party affiliation of most of the people who work in the Secretary's office. It's not something we talk about. I try to keep politics out of the office. On occasion, someone will say something and I make a guess, but it's not confirmed. So it's been pretty easy.
One of the issues that has become polarized, unfortunately, is the security of our elections. Are there instances that you're aware of where the security of our election system in Connecticut has been compromised?
So following up on this media panel earlier, media literacy is a big thing. Election security has become this term that actually means nothing, right? Like, what do you mean by that? Are we talking cybersecurity? Because yes, bad nation states attack all systems on a regular basis in the United States. We know this for a fact. There have been intelligence briefings as recently as last month about attacks happening in our elections around the country. But we know our machines aren't connected to the internet. We know we have paper ballots. So do the attacks happen? Yes. Are there bad outcomes? No. There's physical security, which is a big issue nationally. Election workers and poll workers are retiring at a faster clip than usual, in part because they fear for their physical security. Here in Connecticut, I'm not aware of any specific instances, but what I am aware of is that poll workers and election workers feel threatened, whether they've been threatened or not. And then we have election malfeasance, which is, to me, tied again to civic education and the lack thereof. There are people who make mistakes, although they're not intending to commit a crime. A good example, someone runs into their neighbor. Hey, I'm going to town hall. I'm to drop off my absentee ballot. Oh, can you take mine? People don't know that's a crime. They don't. And nothing was co-opted about their vote. Like, they voted the way they wanted to, but they may have conducted a crime. And then we have actual election crimes, like some of the headlines we've seen in Bridgeport. But I like to underscore, we've seen those headlines because the crimes have been committed and caught, and they're going through the process. So I try to stay away from terms that really mean nothing. But our elections are safe and secure. Like any system, there are people who seek to do harm, and we try to root that out. We tweak laws as it comes up, like we did this legislative session based on the Bridgeport story. There were about 6 or 7 new laws that got passed.
So let's shift for a second as to talk about what lawyers can do to help your office maintain the integrity of our elections and the upcoming elections and future elections. So what you know, as a former Connecticut bar president, I am incredibly proud of the partnership that the bar and your office has had, I think, since 2011.
Yeah, I think
and in fact, when I was bar president, we received the Medallion Award from the National Association of Secretary of States about this program. Can you describe the program, how it works, its significance for the integrity of our elections?
It has a bad acronym, SLAP, the Secretary's Legal Assistance Project. There are flyers on both corners of the room, so feel free to grab one on your way out. So basically, attorneys volunteer to serve as extensions of our legal team. Most people don't realize our office until 2024 only had 2.5 attorneys. So that's servicing over 500 registrars and town clerks, not to mention on election day, we have over 700 polling places operating in Connecticut with 2.5 attorneys. So if something happened and a moderator needed legal assistance or help dealing with a situation, our team always got overwhelmed. Even now, this year, we're only up to 5.5. So our legal assistance project, lawyers serve as an extension of our office. They are most usually on call in case something happens, and we try to assign them to an area where they live. But then we also deploy some to polling places that have a history of perhaps issues coming up. And when we had the redo of the Bridgeport elections earlier this year, we recruited more attorneys so that we could have someone in every polling place. So it is of great value, of great benefit. Now that we have early voting, we are trying to recruit even more attorneys just so people don't have fatigue because we have 14 days of early voting. And it is 100% nonpartisan, neutral. Sometimes you're just watching, and being there is a incentive for others to be on their best behavior. And we offer flexible scheduling. We work with you, like you don't have to do the whole day. So please sign up. And again, there are flyers on both sides. I won't try to give you the complicated email address. And the other thing we've been partnering with the Bar Association on is the recruitment of poll workers. We also need more poll workers because of early voting. It's paid. Some towns pay as much as $22 an hour. And again, you can choose a shift or a day. It can be in your town or another town, so we encourage you to look at that as well, and it is on the flip side of the flyer.
Please, folks, there's nothing more important that we can do as lawyers in the short term to ensure the integrity of our elections, and volunteering as elected officials and recruiting poll workers should be our utmost duty as lawyers, what we pledged to do when we signed up as lawyers. So please go back to your law firms, talk to your colleagues, talk to your friends about signing up for this program. I really encourage you to do it. All right, let's shift for a minute to Mr. Troiano from United America. And he should be on the screen in a second. So, Mr. Troiano, what is United America?
Well, good to be with you, Monty, and thank you both to the American and Connecticut Bar Associations for organizing this important conversation, and an honor to share virtually this stage with Secretary Thomas. And I also admire the work that she and Connecticut has done to advance pro-voter reforms. United America is a national organization that invests in nonpartisan election reform at the state level, working with state partners who are advancing legislative or ballot campaigns to ensure that all voters can participate in our election process, and importantly, enable their ballots to really translate into better representation through reforms like open primaries, instant runoffs, and anti-gerrymandering.
You recently published a book, which I have, called The Primary Solution, Rescuing Our Democracy from the Fringes. I also note that it was on your bookshelf behind you. Mr. Troiano, why'd you write the book?
I wrote the book just out of a deep conviction that party primaries have become the biggest solvable problem in our democracy today. As you were alluding to earlier, they disenfranchise millions of voters. They distort our representation in our legislatures and in government. And they're fueling political division that not only has resulted in a lot of gridlock, but also is now a threat to democracy and the rule of law itself. And when you ask people what's wrong with our politics today, most voters would be quick to point a finger at a politician or a party they don't like. But there's a big gap in actually connecting the dots between the outcomes that people are very dissatisfied with and the process itself that incentivizes those outcomes. So the book was a way of trying to help connect those dots and demonstrating how our primary system is at the root cause of so much of our political polarization and dysfunction today. One of my favorite parts about writing it was actually going back into history to look at, well, how did this system come to be? And of course, when our country was founded, we didn't have party primaries because the founders feared parties themselves. Now, once parties developed in the early days of our republic, the original system for nominating candidates was party bosses in those proverbial smoke-filled rooms handpicking candidates. And that lasted until the early 1900s when there was a push in the progressive era for direct primaries to allow voters to participate. And so that's when party primaries were invented. And for the last century, they've been a pretty innocuous part of our political system, up until about 20, 30 years ago, when the parties themselves have become so ideologically sorted that the primaries went from being a noun, this is how we nominate, nominating process, to being a verb. The primary process has been weaponized by the fringes of both political parties to primary incumbents and candidates who don't follow the party line. And in the book, I describe really this inflection point in the early 2000s when we saw, Republican Arlen Specter and Democrat Joe Lieberman from the state of Connecticut primaried. Now in Connecticut, as you know, in 2006, while Lieberman lost his primary, Connecticut is one of 3 states that doesn't have a sore loser law, so he was able to get to the ballot as an independent candidate and wound up winning. And I think it's just such a great example to show how the primary process weeds out or defeats candidates who are otherwise broadly popular and would still wind up winning an election. And so that's the primary problem that has developed over the last 20 years. And the book is about diagnosing that problem and importantly pointing to some solutions about it.
In your book, you quote Robert Samuelson, a columnist from the Washington Post, who in 2010 wrote, and I quote, "To its practitioners, politics is all about power, getting it, keeping it, and using it. But for the nation, the basic purpose of politics is to conciliate. If everyone agreed on everything, politics would be unnecessary. So would democracy and elections. A dictator would govern by universally accepted preferences and policies. Without consensus, politics is how we resolve our differences, short of resorting to violence. One reason so many Americans are unhappy with politics today is that it has abdicated its central role. It doesn't narrow our differences, it exaggerates them." And then your next sentence, after quoting this reporter, says, "I love this quote." And I'm asking you why.
I just think in one paragraph, it pretty much sums up what the core problem of our political system is today. We rely on politics to narrow differences and solve problems, but the system is doing the exact opposite, right? It's exaggerating our differences for the self-interest of the sort of political establishment. And that is the challenge that we face today. Charlie Munger used to say, "Show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome." That's basically what we have in our politics. The incentives are for candidates and elected officials to pander to the base of their party because that is aligned with what it takes to get elected and reelected. And the outcome of that is that they are disincentivized to work across the aisle, to represent a majority of voters, and to actually solve problems. So it is no wonder that even on issues where broad majorities of Americans can agree, we don't see our Congress act. And that's the true tragedy in our politics today. It's not that we, the people, are helplessly divided. It's that our leaders remain so even when we agree. I'll use just one example I read about in the book is on immigration. Immigration is a big challenge in our country right now because it's a national security issue without a secure border. It's an economic issue without the ability to retain the top talent, even that we educate who we educate in this country. It's a moral issue, I think, with 4 million undocumented Americans who were brought here as children, the dreamers. broad majorities of Americans can agree on solutions to these problems. And over the past 2 decades, every attempt at bipartisan immigration reform has ultimately failed at the hands of the primary problem. You know, we saw that back in 2014 when a bipartisan bill was making its way through Congress that stopped in its tracks when the House Majority Leader Eric Cantor was successfully primaried in his party primary for being open to some components of that reform. 4 years later, we saw something similar on the Democratic side when the House Leader Joe Crowley was primaried from the left on this issue of abolish ICE. And so we wind up in these bumper sticker wars of build the wall, abolish ICE, and nothing gets done. And we just saw this, you know, recently with the latest attempt at bipartisan reform failing because it was more valuable to one political party to have this problem exist rather than solved. And so that's what Robert Samuelson was getting at in that quote that you read, Monty, and I think that's what summarizes the problem. But we have to realize that to solve this problem, we can't just change who we elect, we have to change how we elect them. Because it's ultimately the incentives that are determining these outcomes.
Secretary Thomas, what are your thoughts?
I was just jotting down, the other byproduct of this issue is that I think Nick hit it on the nail on the head. Political parties only need to cater to enough people to win an election. And when they are the ones funding voter education and voter outreach, absent any sort of federal or statewide funding, I think this is where polarization, apathy, etc. creep in, because we forget there are many people in the middle, especially unaffiliated voters, who may not hear from anyone at all. And we're seeing the byproduct of that, and I think it's dangerous in a democracy.
Well, as one of the unaffiliated voters out there, I can tell you I hear from everybody.
It depends on your town.
I get 3 times the mail of anybody else.
And that, but that is a myth, because people do say that, but it very much depends on your town. There are towns in Connecticut where there are enough people of one party to win the election, and they don't have to filter down to unaffiliated. Or it depends if it's an incumbent versus a new candidate, or primary, or general. I just think it's not a great way to run a democracy.
Here. Mr. Troiano, in Connecticut, primaries are closed, meaning only Democrats can vote in Democratic primaries and only Republicans can vote in Republican primaries, yet over 40% of the electorate are not affiliated with either major parties and are shut out of the primary process. In your opinion, do closed primaries such as we have in Connecticut contribute to polarization, and if so, how?
Yeah, undoubtedly they do. There are 15 states right now in the country effectively with closed primaries, where only members of a particular party can vote in those elections. And I want to underscore how unconscionable I think such closed primaries are. But first, I would say political parties are private organizations. They should have the right to recruit, support, endorse candidates through whatever process and means they want to, and they can be as open or closed as they desire as under their First Amendment rights. That is different and distinct from what are publicly run, taxpayer-funded primary elections. Those, in my view, should be open to all voters. That's especially the case when you consider that these primaries are often the only election of consequence. So let's look at Connecticut just as an example. This year in the congressional races, there are 5 congressional seats, 4 of which are considered locked for one particular political party, the Democratic Party in Connecticut. That means that in those 4 congressional seats, the November election is decided before it even happens. In the party primary, where only a fraction of voters are eligible to participate, only maybe a little bit more than a third of voters are. What's worse is that in the elections this year, in those 4 congressional districts, there was only one candidate on the ballot. It was the incumbent. So even the voters who could participate had one option. So you tell me, in 80% of the congressional elections in Connecticut, did anyone really have a choice or a voice in what we would consider our democracy? I don't think so, and closed party primaries are the culprit, for that. And when you consider that there are over 1 million independent voters in Connecticut, well, who are they? A majority of veterans are independent. A majority of young people are registering as independent. And so the rules of the game right now are effectively telling the citizens who fought for our country, the citizens who are the future of our country, that they don't get to have a say. And I find that to be untenable. The good news is that there are many states that have fixed this problem. In some states, the parties themselves have chosen to open their primaries. And it was, in fact, the Republican Party of Connecticut that wound up in 1986 taking a case to the U.S. Supreme Court that held that regardless of state law, parties have the right to determine who votes in their primary and can open them to independents. So that was only used for 2 elections before the Republican Party in 1991 wound up closing their elections, but nothing is stopping either party in Connecticut from opening those primaries today. Beyond that, of course, the legislature can change this law. Other states have done it. Maine was the most recent state that did that on a bipartisan basis in 2022. And independent voters there were able to vote for the first time in the primaries this year. Other states should follow. And I think Connecticut would be setting a good example for the other 15 states, should it be next.
So Secretary Thomas, is it that simple that if the parties wanted to open up their primaries to unaffiliated voters, they could?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we got a bunch of ambassadors out here that may try to convince me to do that.
Yeah, and I think otherwise a law change would be necessary.
Yeah. So, Mr. Toronto, other than opening up partisan primaries, are there other electoral reforms that would reduce polarization?
There are. And first, I would just say, opening the primaries to unaffiliated voters is not an anti-party stance or position. If you're a political party, you should want to be opening yourself to a larger share of voters in order to be competitive. And so I think it's even within the party's own interests to take these actions. Of course, to your question, there are other things that can be done to reduce polarization within our election system. Some states have gone further than opening parties' primaries to independent voters. Some states have done away with party primaries. They've replaced the bifurcated system of a red and blue primary with an all-candidate primary. And what that means is that there's one ballot that all the candidates are listed on regardless of party. Everyone gets to vote on that ballot. And the top finishers advance to the general election, where whoever wins majority support is elected. By the way, those two principles, voters should be able to vote for whomever they want, and that a majority of voters ought to decide elections, that's supported by over 80% of Democrats, Republicans, and independents. So these are broadly popular ideas. Short of that, we've discussed ranked choice voting, or that's been brought up so far, also known as instant runoff. That can be used either in general elections where there are more than 2 candidates, or it can be used in party primaries themselves, which will ensure that candidates have to earn more than 50% in order to advance to the general election. And why that is a sort of bulwark against polarization is that no longer would small hyper-partisan factions be able to determine these low turnout elections. Candidates would have to be able to appeal to a broader part of the electorate. And under an instant runoff system, you're not only campaigning for people's first choice votes, you're also asking them for their second choice. And so that leads to, we have seen less negative campaigning as well, which I think would be welcomed by a lot of voters.
Thank you. Secretary Thomas, you and I are both members of Governor Lamont's working group on ranked choice voting. We're meeting on Friday. Yeah. Secretary Bellows, your colleague from Maine, will be joining us to share Maine's experience on ranked choice voting. But our charge is about focusing Connecticut on ranked choice voting in presidential preference primaries, party primaries, conventions, and caucuses, and an option to allow municipalities to use ranked choice voting. First, thank you for serving on the working group. But what struck me from our hearing so far are one that, as Mr. Trout alluded to, ranked choice voting changes candidates' behaviors away from tactics to appeal to the fringes and more towards consensus building and attracting a broader swath of the electorate to their campaigns. Two, that the positive impact RCV has had in getting more women and members of unrepresented groups to run for office and win. And three, that the view that we heard from the Virginia GOP, that ranked choice voting actually saved the Virginia GOP. I'm curious what your thoughts are on those items or anything else about ranked choice voting and the working group's work so far.
Yeah, it's been really interesting, and I thank you for bringing in so many experts from around the country to share their experiences. As a voter, I think ranked choice voting would make me feel like I had more choice, right? But a secretary and the person who'd be tasked with implementation, you know, I have challenges that I've raised on the task force. But the one message that I have heard from every single person who has come in to speak is how important funding for ranked choice voting would be, namely public education. And as anyone who has read my headlines or the articles beneath the headlines, you know, I just think the lack of funding in our election system is problematic. We have something like rolling out early voting with no public education money attached to it. And as a result, our participation in early voting has been quite low to date. And there are many people who don't even know what it is, let alone how it works. So to have something like ranked choice voting that is not accompanied by a robust education budget, I think would fail the promise of the reform.
Yeah, and I think that's a message that we've heard loud and clear through the experiences in New York, where they did have a robust voter education drive. And in other places, I think that's critical, as it is critical with the other reforms that we're talking about in civic education. We need to, as a state and as a country, invest significantly more dollars in voter education and civic education. I'm sure, Mr. Toronto, that you would agree with that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll just use a case study from Alaska, where voters adopted a top 4 nonpartisan primary and a ranked choice voting general election reform in 2020. It was used for the first time in 2022. And not only did the legislature, which we advocated for, appropriate additional funding for voter education and election administration under this new system, 501c nonpartisan organizations, including our institute, were also running voter education campaigns to educate voters about how to cast their ballots under this new system. And it worked effectively. Contrary to some misinformation that is out there about this reform in systems, under the Alaska model in 2022, less than 0.01% of ballots were spoiled because of the mechanics of people ranking their candidates. And moreover, over 85% of voters said that they found the new system simple to use, and that was its first time out. So what's true is that these systems are popular among voters, and that they are not easily implemented, but able to be implemented effectively because of the hard work of our election administrators out there, and that their support grows over time as voters become more familiar with it. Even without sort of making any over-promises about how a reform like this may impact polarization, I think there's just a pretty good argument on its face that this is a better, faster, and cheaper way of running elections that ensure majority outcomes. And that's why you have a half dozen southern states that actually use ranked choice voting for overseas and military voters, because the time it would take to send a new ballot in a runoff election, because many of them have majority requirements that are accomplished through runoffs, they send them one ballot, and it's an instant runoff. And so these systems have been used successfully in red, blue, and purple states, and voters like them.
I understand that United America was involved with a documentary entitled Majority Rules about Alaska's experience with its first use of Final Four voting. What is Final Four voting?
It is the system I mentioned earlier, which is the combination of a top four primary, so single ballot, all the candidates are on it, voters choose their favorite, and the top four candidates move on to the general election. And in order to ensure that one of those candidates wins with majority support, there is an instant runoff that uses a ranked ballot. And Alaska became the first state in the country to adopt and implement this reform in 2022. It happens to be on the ballot again this year because some of the political opposition, which was previously elected with minority support in the state, wants to try and repeal it. The policy passed by just 1% in 2020. It will be close again this year. But what is without doubt is that the system worked. When you look at what the outcomes were in 2022, you saw a conservative Republican governor get reelected, a moderate Republican senator get reelected, who was being primaried by a far-right challenger, that was Lisa Murkowski, who got reelected, and a moderate Democrat for U.S. House. And so it did not advantage one political party or another. It just enabled candidates to run campaigns that sought to achieve majority support. And what we saw was in that top four primary in 2022, a majority of Alaskans actually split their ballot. They voted for a Republican for one office, a Democrat for another, maybe even an independent. And so it gives more freedom, more voice and more choice to voters. And the film, it's called Majority Rules, and I think folks attending today will have access to watch that film after the meeting. I encourage you to do so. Is all about following the first implementation of this in 2022. We were able to get a film crew to the state early on to follow some of the candidates that were running and really document history in the making. And that story is still being written right now because since Alaska adopted this reform, this year on the ballot in 6 states, there are other open primaries initiatives similar to Alaska that could be adopted this November. So the film has sort of caught some lightning in a bottle to show the first instance of this, and this year we're watching in real time the rest of that story play out.
And thanks to Rebecca from your organization, the link to Majority Rules will be made available to all of you. Tom from the Connecticut Bar will be sending out that information. Just keep in mind that the link is only available for a week. And once you start watching, you know the rules. You get 48 hours to finish watching or the link disappears. United America is also going to make the link available to the governor's working group on ranked choice voting, as well as to the ABA Task Force on American Democracy and the Advisory Commission. Thank you so much, Secretary Thomas, for being with us today, and thank you, Mr. Troiano, for joining us from, I think, Colorado. I think we've got a 10-minute break before the next panel on judicial independence starts. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget.
Yeah. Don't forget to grab flyers. That was great.
All right. 5 minutes, a couple minutes ago. Yeah.
That's okay. All set, Tom? Yes. All right. We in afternoon? Oh. Good late morning, everyone. Thank you. First of all, like Monty, I want to thank all of our panelists who came today and all you for attending. A special thanks to Mary Smith from the American Bar Association for joining us and co-sponsoring this event with us, and of course to Secretary Johnson as well. I'll give very brief introductions. I hope everyone here knows our panel. To my left is Chief Judge of the District Court, Michael Shea. To my immediate right is Chief Judge of our Appellate Court, Bill Bright. And to my far right is Judge Alvin Thompson of our District Court as well. I think it goes without saying that when we talk about our three branches of government, the quietest branch is often the judicial branch. Most of what we hear from the judicial branch comes from the media, comes from politicians, and comes from the written decisions that probably 99% of the population don't actually read. I think we've seen heightened challenges to the judiciary in the last, especially the last 10 years, and I think it's been increasing in terms of the polarization of our society. We've got a number of topics to discuss today with this panel, and it's an opportunity for our judicial branch to speak out a bit today on these topics that we don't normally get that opportunity. So thank you to each of you for joining us today. And with that said, I'm going to dive right into things. What do each of you perceive as the biggest threats to judicial independence, or at least the perception of judicial independence, whether it's in the courts themselves or in the eyes of the public? And Judge Shea, I'll start with you.
Sure. Thank you, Jonathan, and I want to thank Jonathan for putting this panel together, and also Tim Sheeran and his leadership of the CBA for organizing this conference on these very important and timely topics. With regard to judicial independence, first I'd say that it's important to, I think, put things in perspective a little bit. We are fortunate here in Connecticut, both at the state court level, and of course I'll let Judge Bright talk more about that, and the federal court level, to have, I think, very robust judicial independence. Outside, on the state court level, outside the probate courts, we don't have judicial elections in this state. As you know, many states do. I think most lawyers would tell you, I certainly would agree, that this is a far better system than that in terms of ensuring that judges' decisions are based on the facts and the law and not on other influences. In terms of the federal courts, we are actually very independent. We have, as you know, very strong armor that protects us from influence from the other branches. This obviously, most notoriously, includes life tenure. You can't remove a federal judge from his or her job without impeaching the judge, which is difficult to do. It also includes salary protection written into the Constitution. And so really, we have very robust judicial independence in this country. Now, of course, in recent years, as the country has become more partisan and attacks on all of our institutions, including the courts, have increased, obviously judges are no exception in terms of being targeted. And I was at a conference a few years ago where one of the participants, who was urging judges to become more proactive in attacking, said that the usual response of judges to public attacks is to hide like rabbits in the briar patch, poke their head out occasionally. And I think that in terms of the threat, I guess I would say that the danger of overreaction driven by misinformation and a lack of understanding. You know, it's important to remember that, and I know certainly all the lawyers in this room, and I think probably most of the people in this room understand at some level that dissatisfaction or criticism of a decision by a judge is perfectly appropriate. But dissatisfaction with a decision isn't a good reason to change the judicial system, even dissatisfaction with a series of decisions. And so no matter how controversial the decisions are, in general, judges are there to make decisions. And there are other things that we can and will talk about today, like the need for ethics codes and things like that, enforceable ethics codes, and I can speak to that as well. But those are my general thoughts on judicial independence for now.
Thank you. Judge Bright?
Thank you. And Jonathan, CBA, thank you for putting on this program and including me with these august jurists. My armor is not quite as thick as their armor is, because we do not have lifetime tenure in state court, but it is still a much preferable system to election. I go to conferences with other chief judges and I talk to them about them running for election and having to raise money cycle to cycle, and I say, who do you raise the money from? It's well, the lawyers, the ones that appear before you. Well, yeah. And it's just kind of mind-boggling to me, but to them, it's just everyone understands that's the way the system works. So we do have much more judicial independence than in states where people run for office. But I think that the greatest risk to judicial independence is, following up on what Judge Shea was saying, it's one thing to criticize judgment, and when we have trials, there's a winner and a loser. And when we have appeals, there's a winner and a loser. Someone's going to be happy, maybe. There will at least be one party that's unhappy, and maybe more than one party that's unhappy. So I understand completely the dissatisfaction with decisions that are made and outcomes. But I'm concerned about the blurring of the line between criticizing the outcome of a case and criticizing the process. And believe me, it is fine to say there are better things we can do in the judicial process, and it's fine to suggest changes. That is completely different, though, than saying, I lost because the system is corrupt. I lost because the judge is biased. I lost because the judge is part of a cabal that's trying to help lawyers make money, and only certain lawyers make money. I've heard all of those publicly, and some directed to me or my colleagues. And those types of comments undermine the independence of the judiciary and undermine the perception of the bench and the work that we do. Everybody should want judges who are willing to make tough decisions, courageous decisions, decisions that are going to be publicly unpopular because they protect certain rights which maybe a majority of the people don't think should be protected. And the last thing any of us should want, any lawyer should want, is a judge who is afraid of making those types of decisions. And it's tough for us as judges to respond to that, because we don't hide like rabbits in the briar patch. We would very much like to tell people to shut up and that they're wrong, but we can't. The Code of Judicial Conduct, for the most part, prohibits us from speaking about the outcome of a particular case other than what we put in the opinion. So we depend on others, whether it's the Bar Association, whether it's the lawyers involved in the case, whether it's the parties, whether it's the legislators, to say, you want to criticize the outcome, that's great. You want to criticize, you think you have better ways to fix the process, that's fine. But don't come here and tell me a judge is corrupt or biased because you lost. Take responsibility and understand that there are winners and losers, and you may be unhappy with it, but you had your day in court. And I think the best that we can do as judges to ensure that feeling is making sure people are heard and have their day in court, and that we write opinions which explain what our reasoning is, because that's our only chance to do so.
So Judge Shea and Judge Bright have given some specifics in making their remarks. I'm going to sort of step back and sort of give a higher level response. Personally, what I feel is the biggest threat is a combination of two things. First, a limited understanding of and limited discourse about how judges are supposed to decide cases, and also factors other than political views that influence how we decide cases. That's the first thing. And the second thing is the fact that we live in a results-oriented, soundbite society. I think those are both major challenges. I can elaborate on factors other than political views that influence our analysis, but I can wait and mention some of those examples later.
Well, why don't we continue with some of that right now, Judge Thompson?
Sure.
So you talked about the limited understanding of how judges are to decide cases and the political influence and being result-driven society. How about you elaborate on that right now?
Sure. I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part again?
Elaborate on that right now.
No, the part of what do you want me to elaborate on? I want to make
Being
sure
a results-driven society,
yes,
as well as the concept of the understanding of how judges make decisions,
sure,
the political influence and factors that are present in society.
Let me take the second part first, because Judge Shea and Judge Bright both mentioned how people look at the outcome of a case. When the media covers a case, they don't talk about what were the issues and what were the things that had to be balanced by the judge. What did the statute provide when you're interpreting a statute? And that is because, and I'll just meld over into media at this point. Media has to be sensitive to the fact that they have a bottom line, and they have to publish in a way that attracts readership. So they tend to, I believe, present stories in a way that people can process quickly. Unfortunately, the law and how we make decisions is not something that you process quickly. It's something that requires thoughtful consideration if you're going to understand how a judge came to thoughtfully consider the issues that were presented to the judge. In terms of how judges are supposed to decide cases and factors other than political views that influence our analysis, I think one of the things that you were asking about was, when the media talks about judges, they will talk about, for federal judges, appointed by a Republican president, appointed by a Democratic president. I've never found that to be, for the vast majority of the federal judges I know, a good indication as to how a judge is going to come out. Of course, the media focuses primarily on the United States Supreme Court, and those are different kinds of decisions in cases that the U.S. Supreme Court has to decide. But for the vast majority of federal judges, the people who encounter them are influenced by how those judges actually preside over the cases that they are involved in, either as parties or as jurors. They look to see, are you fair? They look to see, do you talk about the law in a way that is comprehensible? When I'm doing a bench trial, for instance, I'm very conscious of the fact that I have to be aware of what my own limitations are in terms of understanding not only the legal issues I have to decide, but it's equally complex, I think, to understand the people who appear in front of you. So I sometimes think of it in terms of, and I'm going to stop so others can comment, but I sometimes think of it in terms of, we are all prisoners of our life experiences, and we have to be aware of when our life experiences are ones that don't really align with the people that are affected by the decisions we make, and when we need to work a little harder and listen a little longer in order to make a fair, informed decision. Do you want more specifics? Or?
I'm sure we'll get to it.
Okay.
Yeah. Judge Bright, looks like you had to.
Sure. I will say, I tried cases in federal court before I became a judge. It never once crossed my mind who appointed the federal judge I was appearing before. It just did not happen in this state. And I don't think that at the state court level that really happens. But the news reports on it. And they report on it because they think it's relevant, and as Judge Thompson said, because it provides more interest to the reader. But I think the problem also today is we all get our news from different sources in a, what's it called, a curated way. So we have our particular news sources that are on our devices, and that's how we get our news. And because certain news outlets know who their audience is they will color their headlines about a decision or their discussion of a decision in a way that will appeal to their curated audience and have those people coming back for more. I don't know what we do about that. It's kind of what we have, and I think we just have to be aware of that. And I do think, though, that as judges, we bear some responsibility for whether we are perceived as political beings or not. And outside of, I'll give you just a couple of examples. I don't understand, and I think this is more or less limited to U.S. Supreme Court justices and maybe Judge Posner, who would write on everything. I don't understand sitting judges who write books. I mean, when we go through reappointment, on our reappointment application, we have to say, what books or articles have you written? And I always say none, because I feel like I should limit what I say publicly to what's in my opinions. I don't want someone reading a book or an article and thinking, aha, this gives me some insight into what Bright's biases are. But, you know, Justice Gorsuch just wrote a book critical of prosecution of certain individuals. I think that's somewhat troubling. There were a group of judges who did a public letter when there were the protests at Columbia University saying they're never going to hire a Columbia student to be a law clerk, whether an undergraduate or a law student. I'm thinking, I think they might be overemphasizing their importance to the decision-making process of these kids about where they're going to school. But, you know, that type of thing suggests a bias that you should be careful about. And I think that as judges, we should do as much as we can to say, again, we're not hiding, we're just trying to stay above the political fray and maintain our judicial independence.
So I agree with the comments of my colleagues about the media. I'll just say a couple other things. One is that I think that another factor weighing against public understanding of the judicial process is the decline in local media. Most of our decisions are not going to get written up in the New York Times, but they might get written up in the Current or whatever other local papers are still surviving in Connecticut. And if you've noticed, those stories have become shorter, less frequent, and it's because the Current, I know, only has one reporter covering most of the major legal events in Connecticut. They throw in a second sometimes too, but many times, and this is not meant as criticism against him or them because of limited resources. The Current doesn't even have a building anymore. Many times they'll write a story about, for example, a sentencing that I've done. He wasn't there at the sentencing. He just used a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office. And there are mistakes, or it's just, it's more than usually an incomplete story. And so one thing, what I would say, and I don't think there's a lot that judges can do about sort of the structural changes in the media that we've seen over the last 30 years. I mean, we can't, stop the force of the internet and other sort of the fragmentation of media. That's sort of beyond our power. I do think there are a couple things judges can do to help a little bit. One is, and I haven't done this nearly enough, and I think a lot of judges don't do this at all, is actually speak to the media. I think the safer way to do it is off the record or on background. You're not looking to be quoted. But for example, if they write a story that's inaccurate about a decision they wrote, call up the person and say, just for future reference, don't be afraid to give me a call about how that person's name is spelled. Or that actually you're talking about the defendant, not the plaintiff in that case. Don't be afraid to give me a call. I'm happy to provide that kind of factual information to you. You're not going to talk to a reporter about the reasoning in a decision sub judice or even afterwards, because hopefully the decision speaks for itself. And that sort of leads me to the second thing I think judges can do, which is, obviously we can all do better in writing clear decisions, but when I have a case that I know is of high-profile case, of media interest, and I write sort of significant decision or a ruling on summary judgment in the case, for example, I try to start with a lead paragraph or two that I hope succinctly and clearly lays out what the case is about, what the question was that I had to decide, question or questions, and my decision and the basic reasons for the decision. I think that for busy reporters, or I should say under-resourced reporters, that can be very valuable because you just look at the first page and it helps write the story for them. And better you to write the story than them to write the story. So, you know, I agree, as I said, with my colleagues about the ills that we face, but I think there are some things that we judges can do a little more of and a little better, and those are two of them.
John, can I just elaborate on one thing Judge Bright said? We can't, as judges, let ourselves off the hook. We have a responsibility to lead by example. We have to remember that we signed on to be public servants and that there are trade-offs involved with that. And when we don't live up to the bargain we made, we should be called to account by the public. The bar, I'll say.
Thank you. Just sticking on the topic of media for a moment here, and we've touched upon this a little bit with the attention that the Supreme Court gets. In the reality, when you read an article about the Supreme Court's decision on a controversial matter, it usually begins with a liberal judge, a conservative judge, and things of that nature. And then you have that coupled with social media, with their sound bites. I think that's the best way to put it. And Judge Shea, I know you said that there's not much you feel that we can do about that, or that the judicial branch can do that, but what can lawyers do about that?
So again, I don't think lawyers as a whole or as a group are in a position to do much about those structural changes either, but I would say that, picking up on Judge Thompson's point, lawyers are in the best position to explain judicial decisions to the public, to offer intelligent, informed criticism of judges, because there are many more lawyers than judges, lawyers can do more by way of civic education than we can. I think we're in a very good position to do civic education, and we may get to that topic, but there's many more lawyers than there are judges. And so lawyers may be in the best position, I think because of constraints on us in terms of what we can say about cases, for example, a better position than judges to inform the public, to provide accurate information to the public about the judicial process, about the law, and that kind of thing. So I certainly encourage lawyers to be out there. Obviously, lawyers have to be careful in speaking to the media about their cases, what their client authorizes, what their client wants. I get that, but in terms of being critical of a decision or commenting on a decision, certainly a decision that the lawyer wasn't involved in, lawyers are in an excellent position to do that, and I think they should do more of it.
Right, Judge Thompson, anything on that topic?
I just want to elaborate on the point about what lawyers can do. A lot of times the comments that you see or hear are ones that are very simplistic, and in fact the situation is much more nuanced than that. And if members of the bar can have in mind the importance of educating the public, whether it's in a formal setting or in informal settings, when you run into people about the nuances, that would be a very helpful thing, I believe.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And just back to what Judge Shea was talking about correcting misinformation, lawyers that were involved in the case who believed that there was something misstated, either who the parties were or what the outcome was or the reasoning of the case, are in the best position to contact that reporter and say, hey, by the way, you reported on this case, there's something that might be a little bit inaccurate. I'd like to suggest that here's some additional information that might be helpful to you. I think that's helpful. And otherwise, I think it's really just lawyers kind of dispelling this notion that if someone loses in a case, they lost because the process is biased or unfair, and just people lose. I get asked by people all the time, can you believe the jury did this in this particular case? And I said, you know what, I didn't hear everything the jurors heard. So, you know, it's unfair for me to criticize jurors who, in my experience, do an outstanding job in deciding cases. And I hope that lawyers would do the same thing when they're asked, can you believe this judge or this jury did this? Kind of explain the process. That's an opportunity to tell people how important, as Judge Thompson said, facts are to the outcome of cases. We have someone here who keeps raising.
I know a judge can recuse himself. Is there a mechanism for other judges to suggest that a judge might have an interest? Do we not, you know, judge thinks I can do everything perfectly, but the lawyer doesn't. I know there's a motion. Like, how do you, you know, and from the public perception, there are sometimes things that might not look good. Maybe Juan Merchan is perfectly able to do what he does, but there are, you know, elements around him that make it look like he might not have been the best judge to judge on Trump's case, just to take a particular case. Do we have a panel of judges in the background that would suggest to a judge maybe you should recuse yourself or like that?
So just speaking for the federal court, I would say the short answer is no. Well, I know the federal court's best. I'll let Judge Bright speak to that. I would say no is the short answer. I think it's incumbent on each judge to initially make that decision, I think with often input from the parties. Again, the parties really are in the best position to know whether there's or at least to suggest to the judge whether there's grounds for recusal. And the judge, of course, is also in an excellent position. Now, you may remember the judge down in Florida who, where there was some suggestion that the chief judge who I've met might have suggested to her that, you know, maybe you shouldn't do this case. And again, that's sort of being politicized now. I'm not sure at the end of the day, you know, if one of my colleagues was in a situation that I thought was evidently a problem, I would speak to my colleague about that. But at the end of the day, it's that colleague's decision as to what to do. There's no way I could take that decision away from my colleague. So that's my thought on the federal process.
In the state process, it's different both at the trial court level and at the appellate level, and different again at the Supreme Court level. At the trial court level, most judges, if there is a serious complaint or something that reason-wise could disagree on, would say to a colleague, hey, there's this motion to disqualify me, would you mind hearing it? And then the other judge will hear it and make the call. Now, you will get, as a trial court judge, a motion to disqualify you because you ruled against someone on a motion in the case. And they're like, well, you're clearly biased against me because you ruled against me. If that's, I'm not sending that to another judge. I'm going to say, no, the fact that I ruled against you doesn't mean I'm biased. It just means I think you're wrong, and you'll be able to test that someday on appeal.
But can I correct something I said? So I overstated it when I said no. Just while he was speaking, it just occurred to me there is a federal statute, 28 U.S.C. 144, that does require the judge to pass the case to someone else as long as a lawyer files an affidavit. So we don't see those too often. But you're correct that in that limited circumstance, the judge has to let another judge decide. So I misspoke.
So we do kind of do that. And as a trial court judge, if I thought one of the judges might have an issue, I would talk to that judge about it. And they typically would be receptive and say, you think so? And then we kind of sort it out. Ultimately, it was that trial judge's call. On the appellate court, again, if there's a motion to disqualify a judge, we will typically give it to another judge to decide that. And we all kind of go through and we'll look at cases and disqualify ourselves. And we are probably, because we only sit in panels of 3 and there are 9 of us, plus we have JTRs, we'll disqualify ourselves on more cases than we really need to, just to avoid even any appearance that we might have some thing on it. And on the Supreme Court, it's a little more difficult just because they sit en banc. So, and I'm not there, so I don't know what that exactly how they do.
I just want to sound a cautionary note about making systemic changes or changes in your systems in response to 1 or 2 episodes. The question is, you have a process. Is it working well almost all the time? We'll never design a process that works as it should work and gets the right result 100% of the time. We're just not capable of that as human beings. So I think you have to step back and say, well, we have a process. Is it working almost all the time? And if it is, then you deal with the aberration as an aberration as opposed to changing your system.
Dana?
Well, I'm an immigration practitioner, and I practice in front of the EOIR, Executive Office for Immigration Review, which, as you know, is not an independent court, and hence the question that follows. EOIR not being an independent court, the way it feels at my level is I don't have the same tools to defend my client. I don't have the rules of evidence. They don't apply in immigration court. Judges are making widely disparate decisions about the same types of cases. So asylum denial rates are through the roof in Hartford, as opposed to California, where they're just 2%, let's say. There's wide variations. They are subordinated to an executive agency, not independent, etc. So while we work on a rule of law fix to make immigration court an independent court, I was just wondering, from your point of view, if one, are there any networking events that the federal judiciary or even the state judiciary has where they invite immigration judges? Because it would be great for them to interact with independent judges and kind of learn a little bit more about how those decisions are made. Thank you.
Shay, do you know?
I'm not aware of any such events. I happen to know one of the immigration judges in Hartford because I knew him previously from another life. But no, they're in our building, and I almost never see them. So sorry about that.
Thank you. Judge Bright, I'm going to start with you on this next question. You talked a little bit about criticism of decisions, complaints about being biased or corrupt. And you also mentioned the perception of judges being political beings, which I think has been highlighted in our current society. And you had, again, the media plays a significant role in this, as well as our politicians. Senator Murphy from this state recently called the Supreme Court brazenly corrupt and brazenly political. Sitting on a bench, two things. One, how do you deal with that? Because, and I've heard the comments, there's only so much you can do, but how can the public have faith when comments like that are being heard the loudest?
Yeah, I mean, I think that those type of comments are unfortunate. If you disagree with the philosophy of certain justices, whether it's on the U.S. Supreme Court or the Connecticut Supreme Court or the appellate court judge, I mean, it's fine to disagree with the philosophy, but those comments calling someone brazenly corrupt is problematic, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. I think as judges, we have to tune those out. I mean, I have never been on social media. I don't go on social media. Don't Google my name to see what people have said about me. I just kind of try to not pay attention to that and kind of keep my head down and do the work. If we get criticized, that's okay. I mean, it just goes with the territory. But having people who have a public voice talk in those terms, it doesn't help. It just doesn't. It encourages people who read those comments to get more inflamed and enraged about their loss and conclude that it wasn't anything they did. It then causes them to act out in a way that not only puts our independence at jeopardy, but our safety at jeopardy. So I think it's unfortunate when lawyers or politicians speak out in a way which is unfair to people who I think are, even when I disagree with a decision by another court, I presume, and I truly believe that that judge or justice or group of justices are doing what they believe is the right thing, and they're not brazenly or in any way corrupt.
Judge Thompson?
Yeah, I hadn't heard that comment when it came out, so I tried to go back and find out what context it was said in. It was unclear to me whether it was actually a comment on a decision or whether it was a comment on recusal issues and ethical issues. So it's not clear to me in what context that comment was made, but I think in any event, the choice of words was unfortunate. And I think people, and I understand how you say things off the cuff and you wish you could take it back. I don't know if the Senator wishes she could take it back or not, but I think in those situations we have to encourage people to remember that when you're talking about somebody that you disagree with, when you cause the nature of the dialogue to be something like that, you are then encouraging the nature of the dialogue to be like that when others are talking about somebody that you agree with. So you have to keep in mind what is your, what's the impact you have on the overall nature of discourse, because what you dish out to people that you disagree with is going to be received by people that you agree with eventually.
I don't have a lot to add. I guess I would say that the public perception attacks on the United States Supreme Court unfortunately tend to trickle down, and that to some extent to all judges, federal and state, in terms of, I think, the public mind. I certainly feel as a federal judge that when the individual Supreme Court justices are attacked on grounds of their ethics and things that they did or didn't do are pointed out, I always feel like when I walk around that people think that I did those things. And I think that there is a perception that there's no question that the public perception of the federal courts as a whole is not what it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. I don't really think there's anything I can do about that. I can continue every year to diligently prepare and file my own financial disclosure and make sure that it's accurate and make sure that I don't have handle any case in which I have a conflict. I can try to ensure that our own conflict screening at the court is as good as it possibly can be. But I think a lot of that is, I think really all of that is unknown to the public. And so I'm not really sure what can be done about perceptions of the United States Supreme Court affecting other judges.
Question there, please.
Yes. Thank you. I hear what you're saying, and I think that that makes sense in terms of decisions. But all of you have sworn to take an oath and are subject to rules of professional conduct, as are all of us who are lawyers in this audience. How does this square with a Supreme Court that can't manage somehow to abide by the same laws of ethical conduct that all other federal justices and judges manage to abide by? And doesn't that bring on and invite the exact criticism that we're talking about?
Judge, I know you mentioned
code to start on this one. I was going to say, let the state court just start on it.
Well, he's the one that mentioned code of conduct earlier.
You know, look, I think that a few Supreme Court justices have come out in favor of an enforceable ethics code. I would say that I support that. And I feel like, again, if I should have to fill out my financial disclosure every year and be criticized in the Wall Street Journal, as many judges were a few years ago, rightly, for screwing it up, I think they should be subject to the same rules, and those rules should be enforceable. So I think that's probably all I'll say about that.
It's just a self-inflicted wound. It's really, really, really hard to understand. I know there was a senior judge in Massachusetts who kind of expressed publicly his dismay at it, and I think that most lawyers and judges share that dismay. And I talked about writing books and expressing your views publicly. It kind of falls into the same category of just having a view that you're kind of above things. And they're public servants as much as any of us are.
I agree.
Perfect.
That's why he's a senior judge.
Judge Shea, you touched upon this earlier a little bit about security issues and concerns that I don't think we see every day. And someone made a comment earlier about protests around Supreme Court justices' houses a couple of years ago after some major decisions. What is the public not seeing in terms of security issues at the federal level?
I would say a lot. We spend a lot of time that could be spent, frankly, on doing things that are more productive, helping move our cases, helping decide things more quickly. We spend a lot of time planning and worrying about security. We have drills. We have an active shooter presentation. I believe it's once a year. We've had an active shooter drill in our courthouse. Judges spend a lot of time worrying about their online profile. We, in the Second Circuit has helpfully contracted with a contractor that helps remove material online. As you know, it still crops up. After the murder of a federal judge's husband and mother in Chicago in 2005, I believe it was, Congress passed legislation authorizing judges to have alarm systems in their homes. And most federal judges have alarm systems in their homes. That's a day that you've got to spend with the alarm company having it installed, and then it doesn't work. You got to call them. You have to reschedule a hearing. The list goes on, and frankly, as I'm sure you've seen, the threats are way up. We had not that long ago the attempted murder of a judge in New Jersey. Her son sadly took the bullet for her. She has used it, I think, quite admirably to champion legislation and ultimately succeeded in having federal legislation passed that helps with the online presence. But more can be done, I think, by our legislature here. A lot more could be done. But to answer your question, we spend a lot of time worrying about security, spending money on security that the public doesn't see.
So we do the same thing in our courts with active shooter drills and training and a lot of effort on security, but it's still chilling when you get a call from the chief court administrator that says, hey, we're going to have the state troopers driving by your house because somebody in a blog post put your name, your wife's name, your children's name, and your address, and said the best way to deal with this person is with a 20-gauge shotgun, and has your face in a bullseye on their blog post. Again, I can't go out and I can't do anything about that, except tell my wife, okay, this is why a state trooper is going to be driving past our house, and if you see anything, you need to be aware of it, and you need to let me know about it. What's interesting is, if you watch old movies always talked about the crime family wanting to threaten the judge and put the judge at risk. It's not people on the criminal docket at all. It is disappointed litigants on the civil docket. And I'm sure that there are a number of lawyers here who have felt that same kind of threat, either from the client on the other side or, unfortunately, from their own clients at times. So it's a problem. And there was a judge in Maryland last year who was shot and killed and had a tie to Connecticut because one of the lawyers in the case had been a clerk here, I think for the Chief Justice. Is that right, John? So for Chief Justice Robinson at one point. So it's this idea that we don't do more to defend the system itself that causes people to say, you know what, there's no other way to solve the problems with our judicial system than to take out the judges who I've been told are corrupt and who I believe are corrupt because I'm in this community online where we've all had the same experience.
And I'll just add, I think it's a result of, it's a broader problem for all folks who are involved in the legal system, because you may recall stories of lawyers who've been harmed by people who were unhappy with the fact that they were opposing them in a case where they lost a case. So it's not just judges that have to deal with it, it's also members of the bar. And if people had a better understanding of how the legal system's supposed to work, I think that would be the remedy, and not just focusing on beefing up judicial security. I mean, I had a very personal episode decades ago where I was sitting at my desk and I got a call from the U.S. Attorney and the first assistant telling me that they wanted to let me know they were indicting somebody for threatening to blow up my car, which I didn't really want a new car at the time.
But can I just follow up on something that Judge Thompson said? I think that there is something that lawyers and judges can do, and our judicial branch has focused on it. I know the CBA has focused on it, and that's civics education. I think that we shouldn't just be focused on who are people who are creating problems today, but trying to educate students so that we can kind of break this cycle and kind of, you know, whether it's going out and doing a civics presentation, whether it's judging mock trial competitions, whether it's just meeting with students. There are so many things that we can do which, because of budget cuts and other focuses, the schools aren't focusing as much on, and I think letting people meet lawyers and judges and people who participate in the process and can explain it in a positive light might go a long way to helping address some of these issues.
So we are nearing the end of our rope here in time, but I did promise all the judges that I'd give them a chance to make some closing comments. So it's the one time I get to tell judges, you get your closing arguments here. But Judge Shea, I'll start with you.
Well, given that I restrict people in time, I better stick to the limits. So I first want to echo what Judge Bright said about civic education. That's actually, I think, a bright spot, especially in Connecticut. Not only do I know that he and his colleagues have done a lot, I can say that I and my colleagues, I would say especially Judge Thompson and my colleague, Judge Sarah Nagala, have made enormous strides in this area. Just for example, we had the Warren W. Edgington Justice Institute in Hartford. We had 38 high school students attend for a week-long, basically camp on how the legal process works. They then put together a mock trial, which they sort of had a tournament, and ultimately there was a final round judged by 3 judges on the Second Circuit, and you know, that's something that federal courts in the Second Circuit do a lot of. And I do think I agree with Judge Bright. You know, it's kind of something we can do, and I think lawyers can do it as well. In fact, many lawyers have participated with us in our efforts to do civic education, and it can be something as small as going to read a book to kids at a school, or it doesn't have to be a big production like a mock trial. There's a whole variety of ways that you can help. I strongly encourage that. I actually became involved in civic education as a judge shortly after I started because I noticed in jury selection that some of the questions I was getting seemed to reflect really a lack of understanding of the basics of American government. And I was shocked when I started on that. And I don't know if it's because of changes in schooling or budgets, but I knew that something had to be done, and it is one thing that we can do. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thanks, Jonathan.
You know, we talked about some of the problems, and I want to speaking for myself, is I think that being a judge is the best job in the world. I can't tell you how much satisfaction I get going to work every day in deciding cases based on applying the law to the facts and making sure that people were now in the appellate court treated fairly below, and that the outcome was a rational outcome. It's just such a rewarding job. So I don't want to, when we talk about the problems that we confront, lose sight of that. And I would ask you all to keep in mind that our legal system is a model for the rest of the world. When we read stories about judges in other countries being restricted in what they can do, being forced out of their positions by a new political party that comes into power. As we said, we don't have to deal with elections here, but even elections are better than that. And it's really important that we focus on those positives and try to explain to as many people as possible why that system is so important to a functioning democracy, and why it's important that we do everything we can to not only safeguard it, but make it better and deal with these attacks that might serve one side's political purposes today, but might not serve them so well some years down the road. So I join Judge Shea and just enlist your support in that effort as we try to promote the wonderful system that we have.
I guess I'd like to talk about civic education. I'm very active in the American Bar Association, and in my section I do work related to the rule of law. And I'm fond of a definition of the rule of law that was developed by the World Justice Project. A durable system of laws, institutions, norms, and community commitment that's based upon certain universal principles. I think where we have neglected the system is in terms of norms and community commitment, and that's what I think civic education can address. I wrote an article, well, I'll tell you the title, "Want a Dysfunctional Rule of Law? Then Neglect Civic Education." And I quoted a report by Educating for American Democracy initiative that describes our country's situation as standing at a crossroads of peril and possibility. Peril because in recent decades we failed to prepare our young Americans for self-government, leaving the world's oldest constitutional democracy in grave danger, afflicted by both cynicism and nostalgia. Possibility because our civic strength requires excellent civic and history education to repair the foundations of our democratic republic, and we are capable of doing something about this situation. We are capable of doing something about it, and I love history, so I'm just going to share with you something that illustrates that this isn't the first time we've had this kind of a situation. It won't be the last time. Eric Foner wrote a book called The Second Founding, and I found his discussion about the adoption of the 13th Amendment to be very interesting and noteworthy. He pointed out that in 1858, the Chicago Tribune, which was an anti-slavery voice, flatly declared that no man living would see the end of American slavery. And then he comments, "Yet abolition did come. Like all great historical transformations, it was a process, not a single event. It played out over time, arose from many causes, and was the work of many individuals." The many individuals is each of us here in this room, and I just encourage everyone to do their part.
Thank you. And thank you to my panel today, Judge Thompson, Judge Bright, and Judge Shea for joining us. Appreciate it.
Attention, everyone. Can you take your seats, please? On behalf of the CBA's Rule of Law Committee, I'm Dan Horgan, the co-chair, along with my other co-chair, Jonathan Shapiro. This presentation has been 2+ years in the making since our last Rule of Law conference that occurred during COVID. And I want to thank all the members of our committee through countless Zoom meetings and emails and planned dates that got canceled because of this schedule or that schedule. We finally put it together with the help and the collaboration of the ABA. So we appreciate you attending in person and all those that joined us on the live broadcast. Thank you. Look forward to putting on another one of these in a few years. The highlight of today's program, in my opinion, is the keynote speaker. We are fortunate enough to have Attorney J.C. Johnson with us. Attorney Johnson, after graduating from Columbia Law School, embarked on a long and illustrious governmental service career, first working as general counsel for the Department of Defense, and then as the Secretary of Homeland Security from 2013 to 2017 in the Obama administration. He is the co-chair of the ABA Task Force for American Democracy and currently a partner in the New York firm of Paul, Weiss, Rifkin, Wharton, and Garrison. And it is my pleasure and the highlight of today to introduce Attorney J.C. Johnson.
Thank you. That's way too much pressure. I thought long and hard about whether I would stand or sit, and I realized that basically my only choice is to sit. I want to be able to look at my notes. Here we go. Sorry about that. So I was Secretary of Homeland Security for 1,124 days. I testified before Congress in those 1,124 days 26 times. I am really, really happy to be here, sitting here, because now I get to play committee chair. This is really special for me. I grew up not too far from here in the Hudson Valley, about 40 miles west of here. You just take Interstate 84. Before you get to the Beacon-Newburgh Bridge, now named the Hamilton Fish Bridge, you are where I grew up, in a little town called Wappingers Falls, New York, in Dutchess County, Hudson Valley. The only way you'd have heard of Wappingers Falls is if you made a wrong turn someplace, or you intended to go there. My second summer out of college, summer of 1977, between my sophomore and junior year at Morehouse College, I'll come back to that in a minute, I had the good fortune to work for Congressman Hamilton Fish. He was my congressman in the Hudson Valley of New York in the 1960s, 1970s. He was a moderate Republican. He was a true blue-blooded Republican. Fourth generation Hamilton Fish to serve in the House of Representatives representing the Hudson Valley. Hamilton Fish 1 was in Ulysses Grant's cabinet as Secretary of State. Hamilton Fish 2 was also in Congress. Hamilton Fish 3 was in Congress. He was FDR's congressman. They hated each other. Hamilton Fish 4 was elected in 1968, served until 1994, and he was on fiscal, economic issues. He was pretty much a party line Republican, but in keeping with the traditional Republican Party, Hamilton Fish IV was also pro-civil rights, pro-immigration reform. Sponsored civil rights legislation, had a special interest in his work on the Judiciary Committee, a very shy, modest, understated man who went to Congress because he believed it was his public duty to do so. I worked for him for the summer of 1977. It was the first time I had ever attended a congressional committee hearing, and I will never forget it. That morning, Congressman Fish said, "Jay, there's a very interesting hearing over on the Senate side of the Capitol. The Senate Judiciary Committee is holding a hearing on abolishing the Electoral College. Would you attend and take notes and report back to me?" Yes, sir, Mr. Fish. So I go, great excitement. I go over to the Senate side of Capitol Hill, and I'm there in the audience before the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on the Constitution. The chair of this subcommittee hearing was a senator from Indiana, Birch Bayh, and the ranking Republican in this subcommittee hearing was Orrin Hatch. And the witness was a Georgetown professor named Martin Diamond. Now, everyone's asking themselves right now, how does Johnson remember so much about this particular hearing? It was the most memorable hearing I ever attended in my life, because in the middle of his testimony, Professor Diamond, in talking about the Electoral College, had a massive heart attack and died right there in front of me. And frankly, the effort to abolish the Electoral College probably died at that moment as well. I want to pay, as long as I'm here in the state of Connecticut, a tribute to 3 terrific public servants from Connecticut who I worked with when I was in Washington myself. One is Senator Chris Murphy, who this year did the hard work of reaching across the aisle and negotiating a really strong border security bill, bipartisan, with one of the most conservative senators in the Senate today, Jim Lankford. They did what elected officials that represent us in Washington are supposed to do, to govern, to seek and find consensus on government policy. But the politics of the immigration issue took over, and the problem did not get solved. And that bill has all but died. I also want to pay a tribute to Senator Richard Blumenthal, who I consider a friend. I was on Capitol Hill recently visiting the Senate, and my son, same name, J. Charles Johnson, works as a Senate staffer. I couldn't help but stop by his office, steal one of his business cards. J. Charles Johnson, Senate staffer. And so I'm visiting Senator Blumenthal, and I said, "Hey, how do you like my new job?" And sure enough, the next day, my son calls me and said, "Dad, I got a phone call from Senator Blumenthal's chief of staff. He'd like to have breakfast with me in the Senate dining room." And Jay said it was the most incredible breakfast he had, and that Senator Blumenthal was one of the kindest men he ever met. And then the third is the late Joe Lieberman, who I worked with in Washington. He was one of the founders, one of the fathers of the Department of Homeland Security. And when I was general counsel of the Department of Defense and Joe was still in the Senate, he was a champion of the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And that law was repealed in 2010, and our U.S. military is better and stronger as a result. Several years ago, a Harvard law professor named Jack Goldsmith wrote something in a publication called Lawfare. Some of you may have heard of Lawfare. Most of you probably have not. Lawfare is basically a blog with national security legal issues. I recommend it to all of you. Anyone interested in national security and national security legal issues, I recommend Lawfare. In 2017, Professor Goldsmith wrote something that frankly I encouraged him to write. And here's the headline: "What if President Trump orders Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis to do something deeply unwise? What is the Secretary of Defense's recourse? What can he do if he's ordered by his commander-in-chief to do something deeply unwise, like go to war, when circumstances do not justify going to war?" Professor Goldsmith's answer is basically he can do nothing, because the President of the United States is, under our Constitution, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and the U.S. military, and if the Secretary of Defense refuses an order from his Commander-in-Chief, he'll be fired until the President finds somebody in the military chain of command to comply with his order, all the way down to some lieutenant colonel someplace. So basically nothing. You can resign, you can risk getting fired, or you can comply with the order. Jack's bottom line to all of this is something that I think says so much about our democracy and our system of government. And I think it is actually one of the reasons why we are here today in this room. This is what Jack concludes in the last section of this essay. The current conundrum highlights again how very deeply our system of government depends on the people electing a president who is generally reasonable, prudent, and responsible. There's a lot of gray in our Constitution. The First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution is just 43 words, a semicolon, and a period. Yet within those 43 words are enshrined the American principles of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly. And the reason why those 43 words still are as significant today as they were the day they were written, the way they are so fundamental to how we see ourselves as a country, how we see ourselves as a democracy. The reason why that principle is as vibrant today as it was centuries ago is because through the life of this nation, we have had members of the judiciary who interpreted it, who are reasonable, prudent, and responsible. The Electoral Count Act, which is the law that governs how we elect a president in this country, is full of gray, full of ambiguity, or at least it was, until it was recently amended after the 2020 election. And the reason it survived for as long as it did with all of its ambiguity is because for the life of this nation, up until recently, we had a Congress, members of Congress, who implemented and enforced that law, who were generally reasonable, prudent, and responsible. We have something called the Insurrection Act, which governs the circumstances under which a president can call upon the U.S. military and deploy the U.S. military on the streets of America. The Insurrection Act is full of ambiguity and very broad, antiquated terms, but the reasons why the instances in which a president is actually called upon the U.S. military and deployed to the U.S. military in the streets of America is because for the life of this nation, we have had a president who is reasonable, prudent, and responsible. We know today that our democracy is fragile. Much of our democracy is gray and depends very much on leaders who are reasonable, prudent, and responsible. We have a system to elect our national leader, the Electoral College, a system, frankly, in which winners can lose and losers can win. That because of the politics in our country today will be decided by just 5 states, swing voters in just 5 states. Those of us who live in New Jersey, like me, those of you who live in Connecticut, when it comes to the election of a president, our vote is pretty much irrelevant. It's going to come down to swing voters in swing precincts in swing states. Just several 100,000 votes in all likelihood. We depend, therefore, on the good faith, responsibility, prudence, and respect for legal and constitutional norms by those who are election workers, by those who are secretaries of state in our respective states, by members of the judiciary, by those who occupy many, many seats in government. We depend upon these people to be reasonable, prudent, and responsible in the implementation of our Constitution, our constitutional norms, our laws, and our legal norms. The media itself has a role. The media is our oxygen. The media is the vehicle by which we make decisions in this country about who to vote for, whether to take an umbrella with you when you commute, and everything in between. I want to take issue a little bit with something that I heard say before on a prior panel. The word alleged. The word alleged is actually an elastic term. It can mean many, many different things. For example, it is alleged and believed by many, by millions of Americans, that the 2020 election was stolen, contrary to over 60 court rulings that found no such thing by both Republican and Democratic appointed members of the judiciary. Do we therefore give that accusation the credence it doesn't deserve because we put the word alleged in front of it? It is still alleged that Lee Harvey Oswald did not kill John F. Kennedy. Where is the evidence of that? At some point, you have to remove the word alleged from the front of a factual assertion and simply assert it, and be willing to simply assert it as truth. Lee Harvey Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. The 2020 election was not stolen. It was the highest turnout in our nation's history in the face of the challenge of COVID. It was the most transparent, scrutinized election in history. The result was not a stolen result. I think we can all assert that as a matter of fact at this point, and not an alleged fact. Americans do have to accept sooner or later something as truth about who we are and our nation and what happens in this country. About a year ago, Mary Smith, who's sitting in the back, reached out to me and asked me if I would co-chair an ABA task force to strengthen and preserve our democracy. And I'd never met Mary Smith before. She said, to seal the deal, she said, and I was kind of busy, I'm in private life, I'm doing a number of things now. To seal the deal, she said, your co-chair will be former Judge J. Michael Luttig. And J. Michael Luttig, as many of you probably know, is today's, in my judgment, profile in courage. Because as a retired federal appellate judge, revered in Federalist Society conservative circles, he told truth to power about what a vice president can and cannot do to reject the results of an electoral college vote. Judge Luttig and I agreed to accept Mary's appointment to lead this task force, which we've been leading for the last 13 months now. And it really has taken on two components. One, as I envisioned it, we were to develop a number of long-term recommendations and reforms for how to strengthen our democracy. But we've also been very active over the last 13 months in doing what I'm doing right now, listening tours around the country, encouraging people to get involved in our democracy, encouraging lawyers in particular to be involved and engaged in strengthening and preserving our democracy consistent with each of your oaths. Our task force is 29 people. It's a remarkable group of Americans, mostly but not exclusively lawyers. So we have Ben Ginsburg, the Republican election law expert. We We have Jerry Goldfeder, who's a Democratic election law expert. We have Richard Haas, not a lawyer, President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations. Judy Woodruff, former PBS host. Historians, the retired members of the judiciary like Maureen O'Connor, former Chief Justice of the state of Ohio, a number of other judges like Thomas Griffith from the DC Circuit, a number of lawyers, the former three-star Navy admiral. It's been a remarkable group, and we've been doing a number of things. We've been on listening tours here in Connecticut today, Ohio in 2 weeks, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, talking to people about the importance of preserving our democracy and what each of us can do as citizens to strengthen and preserve our democracy. We have been developing those set of long-term recommendations that I spoke about. And I'll give you a little inside baseball. We're thinking about, not in the form of any formal recommendations yet, we're thinking about much of what Nick talked about in his book. For example, nonpartisan primaries, ranked choice voting to strengthen our democracy, a stronger, smarter democracy, fusion voting. We're thinking about how to improve, as I was discussing just a minute ago, civics in American education. So many of our kids today can't even name the 3 branches of government. I have to say I was inspired in very large part to my public service simply because of what I learned in my social studies class in 11th grade, even though I was a terrible student. We're thinking about the role of the media and social media in our democracy. My view is that the government should not try to be in the business of regulating content because of the First Amendment, but in a free and open society, our greatest strength is also our greatest weakness. And so we're developing recommendations for the proper role of regulators in social media. We're developing recommendations for how best to protect against what's reported in the news today, that the Russian government is again trying to infiltrate our democracy this election year. And a number of other things, depolitization of election officials and how election officials are selected in the political process. Along the way, in July, we decided to abstain from issuing any recommendations along these lines at the ABA convention last month because this campaign season has been so volatile and unpredictable. We decided to suspend issuing our recommendations till sometime probably next year, but in the short term, continue our efforts to encourage people like all of you to participate and support our democracy. And so our call at the ABA convention last month under Mary's leadership was a plea to lawyers to get involved, consistent with your oaths, to support and defend our Constitution. Supporting and defending our Constitution, in my judgment, means also supporting and defending our democracy. And that is a nonpartisan issue. That is a nonpartisan responsibility. We cannot say that enough. Judge Luddick, who's a conservative, and me, I'm sort of a moderate progressive, we cannot say that enough because to the both of us, the oath we took to the Constitution means exactly the same thing. And so we've been issuing a plea and a call to lawyers to get involved by being poll watchers, to get involved by volunteering your pro bono legal assistance to election workers, to those who may need help on election day. Get involved because lawyers are so often leaders in our communities, to speak out about the virtues of democracy, to speak out about how to disagree better in our democracy, how to disagree better in our democracy. When I walk into a room like this, as I so often did on Capitol Hill in Congress, I do not see Democrats and Republicans. And I don't need to know, in talking to all of you, who's a Democrat and who's a Republican in this room. Because we all have something in common that brought us to this room here today, which is our concern and our respect for our American democracy. And it's through our democracy that people on both sides of the aisle do the people's business. Vote, govern, compromise, and those are nonpartisan terms. Those are nonpartisan concepts. And so we're making a plea to lawyers in particular, because you understand the law, you understand the Constitution, you understand better than everyone else conflict resolution. We're issuing our plea to lawyers to please get involved this election season. Our democracy is indeed delicate. Why democracy? Many people take that for granted today. There are polls out suggesting that many Americans are so disenchanted with our democracy, they're ready to try something else. And if that's truly the case, we've forgotten the virtues of our democracy. Democracy is freedom. Democracy is freedom of assembly. It's freedom of press. It's freedom of religion. It's freedom of dissent. It is the ability for everyone in this room, the governed, to be able to, every several years, elect who we want to govern us. And if we don't like the way they are governing us, we get to throw them out every couple of years. That's the virtue of democracy. In an autocracy, all of those principles are suppressed. And so our plea, and I speak on behalf of the task force, I think I speak on behalf of the ABA, and I hope I speak on behalf of this Connecticut State Bar. Our plea is to please find ways to get involved, either through the ABA, either through the Connecticut Bar this election season. I told you earlier I'm a graduate of Morehouse College, class of 1979. The most famous graduate of Morehouse College, finished Morehouse College in 1948. His name was Martin Luther King. So much of history rhymes, as John Meacham likes to say. In 1965, Dr. King gave a speech in Atlanta to a mostly white audience about the civil rights movement. But what he said that day resonates and applies in so many other contexts. And I'd like to share with you what he said. This is 1965, almost 60 years ago. These persons are often silent today because of fear. Fear of social, political, and economic reprisals. In the name of God, in the interest of human dignity, for the cause of democracy, these millions are called upon to gird their courage, to speak out, to offer leadership that is needed. History will have to recall that the greatest tragedy of this period of social transition was not the vitriolic words and the violent actions of the bad people, but the appalling silence and indifference of the good people. Our generation will have to repent, not only for the words and actions of the children of darkness, but also for the fears and apathy of the children of light. We don't learn from history, we're bound to repeat it. So, thank you for listening.
That was inspirational and amazing. I want to thank Secretary Johnson very much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Monty, Frank, Dan Horgan, John Shapiro, Tom Ganong, and the CBA staff, thank you all for putting on a great show. These are incredibly important topics, and I commit to you that the Connecticut Bar Association and its members will act reasonably, prudent, and responsibly in addressing them. Thank you all.